Today, Dan Quinn said there's absolutely enough time to be ready for week 1 on September 7th against the Giants. Some practice squad signings for the Commanders: quarterback Sam Hartman, wide receivers Ja'Cory Brooks and Chris Moore, cornerback Carlin Vigors, defensive lineman Jalen Holmes and Sheldon Day. Also, Ravens safety Kyle Hamilton signed a 4-year extension, 4 years, $100 million, $82 million guaranteed. And the Chiefs wide receiver Rashee Rice is going to be suspended 6 games to start the NFL season after violating the NFL's personal conduct policy. Oarsman Fairfax Toyota keeps their customers happy by offering great deals on the area's best selection of new Toyotas, each backed by the Oarsman Lifetime Edge, featuring up to $1,500 in extras. As they say at Oarsman Fairfax Toyota, let's ride together. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
Yeah, we are on the air. Bet you didn't think you'd hear these voices today.
Let's go. Not in that third inning for the Nats.
Grant and Danny on The Fan. It's 4:30. We are with you for all of 2 hours. We will get our money's worth. Pack a punch today. Over these next 120 minutes, we will take you up to 6:30. We've got our fantasy series at 5. We're doing it all week long, different position group every single day. If you're not into fantasy football, don't worry. It's just a good little conversation on how some of the stars in the sport are going to play this season. And we'll get ready for college football. Massive weekend, one of the biggest games of the year, noon on Saturday. Danny Cannell will be joining the show. That's coming up in 90 minutes, right at 6 o'clock here on The Fan. Danny, how was your afternoon?
Fantastic, my friend. First of all, sorry about that teaser trailer for the fall that we had today. Now, I know it's false fall. It's the D.C. area. It's going to get back to 114 degrees again and feel like soup. I know that, but this is just the reminder. It's almost time. You in-shape Instagram people, you 4% body fat people, you people, I just can't believe summer's over. Believe it. It's coming. Our time is almost here. It's the time for the soft bodies. Fall. It's on its way.
Yeah, it was beautiful. Can't do it a whole lot better than the weather today. There's a lot going on. Plenty to talk about. Let's get right after it here on Grant and Danny. We'll start with the Commanders forming their practice squad. We now know what it looks like, and this is going to be an evolving group of players.
Yeah, it's
all
in progress.
Season. This is not going to stay the same, but here's some of your notables. Sam Hartman's back in the building. Rough preseason. They like him in the QB room. He's obviously very close, good buddies with Jaden Daniels, so he is the 4th quarterback in the organization. For right now, Josh Johnson is on the 53-man roster. At 39 years old, he'll be the 3rd quarterback. I'm still curious to see if he makes it to week 1 as the 3rd QB or if they end up going outside the org and making a shift. But I will say, they did not claim anybody. Very different than they didn't try to claim anybody. We have no idea if they put in waiver wire claims.
That's the cost you pay for being, good.
Yeah, they were
right?
29th out of 32 teams in the waiver wire order. So in the reverse order, just like in your fantasy leagues, from the team that picked first in the draft, the Tennessee Titans, to the team that hoists the Lombardi Trophy, the Philadelphia Eagles, 1 through 32, Danny, in the National Football League. In order, you get to claim players. And Washington at 29 didn't successfully claim anybody. So they didn't add anybody to the roster just yet. So any movement is going to happen starting today. But Sam Hartman's back on the practice squad. I don't think that's a surprise. You generally want a project, young guy on your P squad, and they seem to like Hartman in the building.
Yeah, to me, that's more about camaraderie than play. I mean, I'm not trying to be dismissive, but we all saw it. This is not someone that you'd want in a football game that matters. But what it sounds like behind the scenes, and people can roll their eyes at it, is he gets along really well with everybody, probably knows the ins and outs extremely well, and, is the guy that cracks the joke at the right time, is a great team guy, is a supporting buttress for the kind of the grown-ups there in the room, the guys that are going to have to make all the plays, named Jaden Daniels and maybe Mariota. God forbid something happens, but that's why he's around maybe more so than the actual football play.
I would also imagine that they feel like there is an upside to him as a backup quarterback eventually, too. Like, it can't be 100% that they just think he's a good hang. You would find another guy that's a good hang who could play on your practice squad. My guess is they don't think he's as bad as right now everybody in town thinks that he is. And to that point, he had a better preseason last year than he had this year.
100% did.
I think that was kind of a sum of all fears situation with Sam Hartman really struggling with a 4-interception August here, but he is back on the P squad. He'll stay in the organization. The wide receiver position is loaded on the practice squad, and we were wondering, would they keep a sixth wideout, and they didn't. Ja'Cory Brooks, the undrafted free agent from Louisville. Jacoby Jones, who showed some talent as well, a young guy at camp. And then of all the veterans, the one guy that did actually come back to the practice squad was Chris Moore, who had their best training camp, dropped a bunch of passes in the preseason, but he's played in the National Football League. He's caught passes in the league over a lengthy career. So they're going to have options there if they want to elevate somebody before a game day to have a sixth receiver on the roster. And I still think they may add another wideout to the 53-man from outside the building before it's all said and done. But notably there, Ja'Cory Brooks, interesting player, big, provides size, and was a sure catcher in preseason games. He'll be someone to monitor moving forward.
Yeah, there's something intriguing there for sure. And again, the fact that you're able to get him and others, which I'll go over here in a second, to the practice squad tells you that if a need arises, you can activate the guy. So see 3 guys last year that played significant snaps for this team that are not on the active roster. Sheldon Day, Michael Dieter, and Jalen Holmes. All were part of rotations. Dieter, of course, filled in for Biotish and played, almost 20%. Sheldon Day was part of a rotation, played 25% of snaps on a defensive line last year that we know where the struggles were. And I think Jalen Holmes was around 15%. But still, these guys played on this team last year, significant snaps, not just that one time when Bobby Wagner's, helmet was malfunctioning or something. This is like they were on the football field. They are not now part of this active roster, but you can call them up on game days if, somebody's inactive or someone's down. That's an advantage, right? To have guys in the building that know it, that were part of this thing, but also kind of tells you maybe the tide has risen a little bit in terms of the active roster. At least that's the design anyway.
Well, there's your proof that that's happened. Mm-hmm. I mean, I think that's evidence. That's all you need to know, that this roster's deeper than last year. When you fast forward 1 year and guys that made the team and played extensively can't make this team. In fact, Adam Peters was asked about the talent on the roster when he spoke to the media at the start of training camp. The last time he talked before today, and him and Dan Quinn, within the last hour, actually sat down and addressed the media post the Terry McLaurin news that he's got a new contract. But Peters, when he first spoke, was asked a month ago, how would you compare this year's roster to last year's? And he said he thought they were better at almost every position, and he thought substantially this was a more talented team. And, of course, that's what he's going to say. But I would say when you cut players like a Cleveland Farrell that's going to have interest around the league, and when you are not able to keep players on your 53-man roster that played a lot down the stretch the previous season, that's a really, really good sign. Doesn't mean you're going to win more football games when you play a tougher schedule, more arduous quarterback schedule. You're playing the 2 divisions in the league as an NFC East club that had 3 teams make the playoffs last year in the AFC West and the NFC North. So the win projection isn't really relevant to this, but you're more talented than you were last year, and I think their cutdown day proves that.
Yeah, on paper, certainly. Again, the proof will be in the pudding. They could also be wrong on players. They could also, not have guys that they paid a bunch of money to or were drafted live up to the billing. But yeah, on paper, certainly, given what happened last year, as you said, cut guys that played for them, move guys that played for them significantly to the practice squad, it certainly does look like an upgrade.
We had been waiting for almost 2 full days for the terms to come out on Terry McLaurin's contract, originally celebrated as a 3-year deal worth right around $96 million. What did we find out today, and what does it mean about Terry McLaurin's long-term future in D.C. and the commitment that Adam Peters and Washington made to its wide receiver 1? We're going to get into that as soon as we return. With you until 6:30, Grant and Danny on the Fan.
What's up, guys? Danny Rouillet here from my pals at Ted Britt Ford. Summer's wrapping up, but Ted Britt Ford's still going strong, right? Meow. During the Summer's End Bonanza. Whether you're hauling backpacks or loading up the tailgate, now's the time to lock in a deal on your next Ford. You could score $20,000 off a new 2024 Ford F-150 XLT from Ted Britt, your F-150 headquarters, or plug into savings just like me, 2024 Mustang Mach-E, now over $13,000 off the MSRP, and this is cool, no payments for 90 days. $5,000 off a 2025 Ford Bronco Raptor. Saw one of those the other day out in the wild, out there on the old 395. That thing looks sharp, or almost $3,000 off the Bronco Sport, both with no payments again for 90 days. Bottom line, they don't want your money pretty much for 3 months. I don't know how they do it, but they do. Here's what Ted Britt Ford does. They take care of you, right? They want you to have a great experience. They've been doing this for more than 60 years. They know, just like me, you're likely to come back and see them again. You have a great experience, you probably go back to that spot, right? I've had great experiences at Ted Britt Ford. I want you to have it as well. Go see them. And when you do go see them at Ted Britt Ford, tell them Danny Rouillet sent you.
Grant and Danny on the Fan. Welcome back. Thank you for making this show part of your day. We'll take you up to 6:30. At 5 o'clock, in a little over 15 minutes, Scott Pianowski of Yahoo Fantasy Sports stops by. We'll talk to him about the wide receiver position as we get you ready for your drafts. And at 6 o'clock this evening, Danny Cannell on college football. Got a huge slate this weekend, including one of the best games of the year, a couple of top 3 teams locking horns. So we'll get to that all coming up on Grant and Danny as we go today. But the terms came out on the Terry McLaurin contract. We had been waiting very, very patiently for these, and this is what we now know, Danny. Effectively, the 3-year, $96 million, which we knew was fluffed up a bit and wasn't exactly what this is going to end up being, is a fancy way of saying, when you really strip everything down, Terry McLaurin signed a 1-year extension, reworked this deal for this year, this season. So he's under contract in 25 already, and now he's got a different amount of money he's going to be paid this year. But then they added 1 year, 2026 next season, with guarantees. And after that, there is no guaranteed money. So here's the good news for the player and the agent, right? Terry McLaurin got a decent contract. $29 million APY, average per year, makes him top 10 in the National Football League. $44 million in guaranteed money, tied with Chris Godwin, top 10 in the National Football League. When you consider his age, he actually did pretty well. This is not much of a precedent for a guy at that position that's about to be 30 to get that kind of money. So good for Terry McLaurin. I'm thrilled for him. He's earned every single penny. I wanted him to be taken care of. He is the lieutenant commander. He's the guy that everybody has fallen in love with in this fan base over the years. Set that aside for a second. In terms of the game of chicken and the stare down, Brandon Sosna, who negotiated this deal for the Commanders, and the general manager, Adam Peters, who's dug his heels in, completely crushed in this stare down. When you actually look at the numbers and you see that McLaurin has 0 guaranteed money after 2026, it means if the team wants to get out of the contract after the 26 season, they can do that. They could only have to pay a $6 million penalty to cut him post June 1st going into 2027. Now, I don't think that's going to happen. I think Terry McLaurin...
But they could.
Exactly. Terry McLaurin's probably going to go out. He's going to be good. He's going to be productive. And they're going to want to keep him around. And by the way, if he keeps performing, if he's catching 70-plus balls for 10-50 and 6-7 touchdowns, he'll be here year after year after year. But this is basically a 1-year contract extension tacked on to a raise this season for McLaurin. $44 million in guaranteed is an important number here. But instead of 4 years at $120 or so million, really what this is a 2-year deal for a little under $50 million for Terry McLaurin. And the team has the flexibility to move on if they want to after just 2 seasons. This is pretty amazing.
So it leads to a lot of questions. And you wonder, when could this have been signed? And for both parties, you know what I mean? Not blaming anybody in particular. Could this have been done 2 months ago, 3 months ago? Could this have been done, at any point during the timeline where it seems pretty favorable to the team as far as I can read that, right? So was this just much ado about very little? Was it much like what I guess, how much better did McLaurin and his agent do with this entire saga? I don't know the answer to that.
Maybe the guarantees came up several mil, and the APY went from what they were originally, we told, looking at around 25 mil, and it got to 29 mil.
Totally. And it's also one of them from the team's perspective. This is all it took. Why didn't you do this earlier? I mean, again, the questions are things that we'll probably never really have a feel for or know. But I will say, just again, with this data point, the number that the agent, Buddy Baker, gets to put up there is if you go to Spot Track and you sort by average salary of AAV of receivers, there's Terry McLaurin right behind Garrett Wilson, right behind DK Metcalf, ahead of A.J. Brown. That's what he gets to tout, and that's what was the 3 and 96. That's what that was all about. Any digging tells you that's fantasy land, that's fictional. It's not that. It's more kind of what you're talking about. The nuts and bolts of it, the team doesn't have to take a victory lap. They got
a good contract. Here's what I mean by this. They handled the post-agreement part of this beautifully. You let the agent throw out the big numbers. Everybody reacts and says, oh, my gosh, the team caved. Terry got paid. All of these things. And you don't have to say a word. You're allowed to just be classy and high road this thing. Quite literally, let the agent have his day. I reached out to somebody with the team at one point, and I'm like, hey, what's the guaranteed money? Like, what's the deal here? Just trying to figure out the actual side of this that the team would put out there. And they said, oh, we're just, we're sitting back here. This, talk to the agent, the player, like, this is their day kind of thing. Very classy. It's a nice way to do it. But the numbers come out because we got them, and it's very obvious here that it's basically a 2-year deal for Terry McLaurin at this point. Now, all that most fans care about, understandably, is that the extension is done, that he'll be on the field against the Giants, and that if he performs, there's a bunch of incentives in this over many years to come, that he can continue to force their hand to keep him on the roster and maybe rework another deal into his mid-30s if he really bucks the trend of wide receiver performance at his age. But from a strictly negotiation standpoint, Sosna, who handles it for the team, and Peters were clinical. Now, I still think there's a conversation to be had. There's a debate to be had over, did it have to be this way?
Should you have been? Yeah.
Should they have done it this way? Like, okay, you guys didn't necessarily take care of him in some loud way over many years. Could you have? Would it have been that different, right? But if the point is just figuring out the contract, which we now have, and then working back from that, they couldn't have gotten a more team-friendly contract with a player that means as much to them as a wide receiver one. And the last point I'll make is I think 2027 is really significant here. Because there's no guaranteed money starting in 27, which would be the third football season from now, I think it tells you a lot about their plans with Jaden Daniels and the rest of the roster. If you look at their 2027 roster, Javon Kinlaw, under contract with some guaranteed money, and Sam Cosmi, who was also extended recently, under contract with some guaranteed money. Other than that, I think John Bates' final year of a $7 million per year deal. It's just rookie contracts. There's nobody that they're allocating cash to that far down the road. And by getting McLaurin's guarantees off the books by then as well, I think it tells you that that's when the Jaden extension is going to kick in. That first offseason, as soon as they're able to, you'll rip up the rest of Daniels' deal. You're not going to worry about the 5th-year extension, and you will do the Justin Herbert, Josh Allen thing, where the second you can, you give him, I mean, my God, at that point, $300 million or whatever that looks like.
75, 80 a year, something like that.
And that excites me, that they seemingly are planning for having their books wide open in 2027 to immediately start the Daniels extension. Because we've been saying, well, if you pay McLaurin more money and you guarantee him more money and it goes into 27 or even 28 with a little bit of money, who cares? That the Daniels money doesn't have to kick in then yet because you can go to the end of the 5-year deal with the extension. But what if you tear the last couple of years of that up as soon as you're allowed to renegotiate after 3 and pay him then? That's good business. Ask Jerry Jones. The faster you do this, especially in the quarterback market, every time a guy gets paid, it resets and gets bigger and bigger and bigger, the better. And I think this was a window into what they're thinking.
Yeah, so you can increase that 4th year or that 5th year from what you normally would get, and then maybe pay a little bit less as you go, just in terms of the total money, whatever. I mean, think about buying out arbitration years for young players, or AKA what the Braves do. Every time they have a young prospect that comes up, they somehow sign him to like a 10-year deal for a third of market value just because you're getting the guy richer a little bit quicker in those early years. But yeah, I mean, as you look ahead, I mean, I think that discussion is a great sports discussion. Just going back to your first point about should they have done this? Was this the right thing to do? For folks that, you're rooting for the jersey, you're rooting for the team, long after this group of players is gone, 10 years from now, you'll be rooting for a totally new crop. You go, well, yeah, that makes perfect sense because you're going to have to, if Terry's 100% the commander tag, Luvu's like 84%, so you got to pay him a little bit more. You got to pay Sanders a little bit more. You probably have to pay Tunsil a premium because he plays at a premium spot. And if this guy, and then you don't want to set that precedent. The other side of that is, and this is a point you've made very well, I would say, over these several months and months and months and months that we've been doing this, is you don't have to break glass for anybody else. You do it for this guy because of what he's been through and what he means and how right he is. So who knows where the truth lies. And I think that's going to be fun for folks that want to have that conversation. But it is interesting, it is instructive to sort of see how they do this, right? Where Adam Peters mentioned this at his press conference. Hopefully we're doing a lot of these because what that means, not having prolonged negotiations that govern everybody's news cycle for 24/7 for 7 months, but it means you've got good players that you want to keep. That's the idea,
True.
And we've got their blueprint now.
I think for me, I have two takeaways. The first is if you're Sosna who negotiated this thing or you're Peters who held firm, again, you could not have done anything more team friendly or favorable. And I think just strictly financially, they crushed it, right? But the second part is still relevant and is still an interesting talking point, which is I heard from one prominent NFL agent today who said both essentially the team pummeled the agent, to paraphrase, but then also, and we know why. It's not like Buddy Baker was just incompetent. There was no leverage on the player side. There was tons of leverage on the team side. We had that all along. We get that. But the other thing that this agent said was, I think there's going to be a lot of agents and players around the league that look at this and wonder, wow, if this is what Terry McLaurin got from them after the year he had last year, are they going to take care of anybody in a big, substantial way, or is it just going to be business and by the numbers? Because this is fairly business by the numbers math here. This is not Terry's our guy, we love him, so we're going to keep him around here forever. They gave him more money this year, $44 million guaranteed. He and his new wife are going to be just fine. They did very well at his age. But they did a deal to be able to get out of this thing in a couple of years. And if that's what they want to do and he's not performing, that's what they'll be able to do. And frankly, the fact that there's no guaranteed money after next football season is shocking to me. Grant and Danny on the Fan, our fantasy series at 5 all week long. We'll talk wide receivers. Speaking of Terry McLaurin, we'll do that next.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. This update is brought to you by Reynolds and Power Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. In baseball, the Nationals fell to the Yankees earlier today, 11-2. The Yankees hitting 6 home runs. They were swept in New York, have lost 5 in a row. Catcher Drew Millis left the game early with a fractured and dislocated finger on his catching hand, now likely to head to the injured list. Day off tomorrow for the Nationals as they head home. They'll begin a 3-game series against the Rays starting on Friday. In football, Terry McLaurin and Noah Brown back out on the practice field today for the Commanders. Dan Quinn said there's absolutely enough time for Terry McLaurin to be ready week 1 against the Giants. Some practice squad signings for the Commanders. Quarterback Sam Hartman is back on the practice squad. Wide receivers Ja'Cory Brooks and Chris Moore. Cornerback Carlin Vigors. Defensive lineman Jalen Holmes and Sheldon Day. They also brought in running back Donovan Edwards, who was released from the Jets this preseason, the rookie out of Michigan. Ravens safety Kyle Hamilton signed a 4-year extension, making him the highest-paid safety. 4 years, $100 million, $82 million guaranteed. Chiefs wide receiver Rashee Rice is going to be suspended the first 6 games of the NFL season for violating the NFL's personal conduct policy. And the Patriots released wide receiver Kendrick Bourne. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call, just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Everything's coming together at the practice facility for the Commanders today. Terry McLaurin is practicing. It's happening.
That's right. Here we go.
And Noah Brown is on the practice field as well. So Jaden Daniels getting his weapons back just in time for the start of the season. The show is brought to you exclusively by the law firm Kondori and Murad, estate planning, elder law, real estate transactions, probate administration. Their attorneys are there to protect you and your family's assets. Schedule a consultation for free today with them. Visit kmlawyers.com and mention us. They'll give you a discount. That's kmlawyers.com. We've been talking Terry McLaurin. We just told you Noah Brown's back at practice. Let's stick with the wide receiver theme and go around the NFL as we get you ready for your fantasy drafts this week. And to help us, we'll go to the Ruud Guest Hotline. Ruud, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV, and talk to a guy you and I both get a lot of insight from throughout the season as Yahoo Fantasy guys. Yahoo Sports Fantasy writer Scott Pianowski is with us on G&D. Scott, thank you for hopping aboard. How are you?
For having me, and no better time than to discuss fantasy football. It is the biggest draft weekend coming, the long holiday weekend, so I'm sure a lot of people are boning up for their leagues. Let's give them some help.
We actually have 2 drafts coming up for me, and I think 2 for Danny in the next couple of days. We've got our Listener League Fantasy Draft at a pizza spot in town tonight with a bunch of our listeners. So this is a very well-timed segment, very well-timed interview. I actually want to start with Terry McLaurin locally for the Commanders. How much of a fantasy value ding do you give him for the lack of an offseason? Do you anticipate either a pitch count or a slow start to begin the year?
It may be a slow onboarding, but yeah, I've always loved McLaurin's professionalism since he turned pro. And you guys know more than anybody, all we ever wanted was just to see him play with a plus quarterback, and he finally finds it with Jaden Daniels. He would have liked the contract stuff to get resolved sooner. So be realistic with what you expect from McLaurin maybe for the first 2 or 3 weeks, although that theme kind of goes through the NFL, right? So many teams don't use their starters or their primary guys or their primary plays in the preseason. So week 1 and week 2 often become glorified exhibition weeks because the shape of the summer has changed. I still have McLaurin slotted right now, I think wide receiver 13 or 14. So a very high-end wide receiver 2, somebody I would probably look for around the 4th round.
Scott, give me the wide receivers, standard, I say now standard, PPR format, that you think are first-round worthy draft selections.
A bunch of them. I have 7 you could consider. Jamar Chase probably the one in most leagues, so I don't need to sell anybody on him. CeeDee Lamb's my number 2 receiver. I think Dallas junks the running game early this season. Let's Dak cook, and that means Lamb's going to catch 100 balls. Justin Jefferson, tied to the quarterback whisperer Kevin O'Connell, will eventually get J.J. McCarthy going, although that might be a slow onboard too. They don't have Addison right away, and you don't want to overexpose McCarthy, but we've just seen O'Connell do it with every quarterback he's had. So I don't have any problem with Justin Jefferson. I'm on Ross St. Brown, the sun god in Detroit. I know they lost Ragnow, their center. I know they lost Ben Johnson, their very well-regarded coordinator. He's in Chicago now. But when you have a veteran quarterback, he's basically part of the offensive coordinator infrastructure too. And St. Brown just a very safe 100, 105, 110 catches. I would take him in the first round. Nico Collins, my number 5 receiver. Houston running game could be a problem. Mixon won't be ready to go. Offensive line was bad, and then they traded their best lineman in Laramie Tunsil. I think Nico Collins might get 170 targets. C.J. Stroud's better than he played last season. Collins belongs in the first round. And then Malik Neighbors and Brian Thomas, and I've flip-flopped them back and forth. Right now I have Thomas 6 and Neighbors 7, probably first-rounders. I know some people are a little bit nervous about Thomas because they obviously drafted Hunter, who won the Biletnikoff, he won the Heisman, he won all the trophies last year. He'll play a little bit of defense, but Liam Cohen comes in. He's a coach we respect, much like Ben Johnson. He's somebody we're excited about. He got Baker Mayfield to 41 touchdowns last year. So we don't know if Trevor Lawrence will ever become a star, but if it's going to happen, it's going to happen now. So I think Thomas, who was terrific last year despite bad play around him, belongs in the first round. You can say the same thing about Neighbors, right? That quarterback room was not good last year. It should be better. Russell Wilson is still quasi-competent. At some point, Jackson Dart will play. And Neighbors is one of those guys. When receivers, you draft them early, you want them targeted off the bus. And all Brian Dable does every day until he goes to sleep is scheme ways to get Malik Neighbors the football. So 160, 165, 170 targets might be in play. So I would be comfortable taking any of those guys in the first round. There's 7 to choose from.
Scott Pianowski is with us of Yahoo Fantasy Sports on Grant and Danny. Let's go back to Jamar Chase at the top of the board.
Mm-hmm.
We've been talking a lot on the show about Saquon Barkley this week and this idea of the history that states when you have the type of workload he had last year that you just don't play in more than 10 to 12 games the following season. What do we know historically about receivers that go bonkers? Like Chase going 125 catches, 1,700 yards, 17 touchdowns. I know it's prime of his career. He's 25 years old, all that stuff. But if I'm taking him number 1 overall, can I pencil that back in?
I think with Chase, this is the way I feel about any high pick in any fantasy league. I would say this for fantasy baseball. I would say it for fantasy football. I'd say it for any fantasy sport you play. All you want if you draft Chase, I know you want him to smash the league and have all those leading stats, 127, 1,708, and 17. He led the league in all 3 categories. It's unrealistic to expect that. But what did he do the previous season? 100 catches, 1,216 yards. Burrow missed time that season. He's tied to an elite quarterback in Burrow. Heisman Trophy winner, MVP candidate. Cincinnati defense is really bad. The passing game is extremely concentrated in Cincinnati. They only really throw the ball to a couple of guys. So that's good. 175 targets last year, age 25 seasons. So Chase presumably in his prime. And although we didn't see this play out last year where the running backs, other than McCaffrey, for the most part, were incredibly healthy and they ran pure. Barkley, one of those guys you mentioned, but typically that's an injury position more than a receiver is. They get tackled by the heavier guys on the defense. I do realize there's a shift in the NFL where the defenses are getting lighter. They're more worried about pass defense. That's why the running game has made somewhat of a renaissance. But when I draft Chase, if you told me he's one of the top 4 receivers in fantasy, I'd be fine with it. Yeah, Lamb could beat him, or Jefferson could beat him, or who knows? Maybe Drake London, who I think is an early 2nd-round pick. Maybe he'll have a huge season. He was terrific last year when Michael Penix took over. I remember him in that Washington overtime game. But I just want my first pick to be a foundation. So right now, I would sign up for 105 catches, 1,500 yards, 12 touchdowns. I would take that, even though those would all be come downs from what he did last season. I also want to mention with the Barkley thing, 482 touches last year, including the playoffs. Didn't have a touchdown from the 1-yard line. That's Jalen Hurts territory. Barkley averaged 29.4 yards per touchdown, an unsustainable rate. I know he's a great player, but I want to be young at that position. I'm taking Bijan Robinson, and I'm probably taking Jahmyr Gibbs over Barkley. And I know that might sound a little bit crazy after the season Barkley had, but that's a position where I really think it's important to have guys on the upswing, guys who are still on the front 9. As great as Barkley is, he's smack dab in the middle of his career, or maybe even starting that back 9 makes me a little bit nervous.
Scott Pianowski, Yahoo Sports, getting us ready for your fantasy drafts, talking receivers here on G&D. So if you don't end up with one of the stars in that first round, just kind of the way it falls, thinking Chase, Lamb, maybe Jefferson, and maybe Amon-Ra St. Brown, et cetera, how are you approaching receiver in your drafts? Are you going, maybe premium position, maybe end of round 1, round 2, and a Bowers? Are you looking running back? I guess I'm asking kind of twofold. One, how have your drafts kind of shaken out in terms of receiver? And two, where do you think the great value is for folks that may miss out on one of the stars in round 1?
So the big fork in the road for your listeners is how many receivers do you start? If you start 2 or if you start 3, it's a major difference in your roster building. If you only start 2, I think you need 2 running backs in the first 3 or 4 rounds because there's just enough good receivers that everybody's going to be pretty good, even if you have a flex position that might add that third receiver. If you have to start at least 3 receivers, I think it's imperative that you have the best receiver room in your league because one thing about fantasy football is that running backs, once they inherit opportunity, they can become fantasy factors. Any starting running back gets hurt somewhere, gets traded. You've obviously seen a lot of upheaval this summer in the Washington backfield's a little bit complicated right now. That's going to mint somebody for fantasy goodness. Now, if Tyreek Hill decides to walk to earth, doesn't want to play football anymore, that doesn't mean the next man up in Miami is a star. It doesn't work that way. We've seen Kansas City have injuries in their receiver room and have trouble replacing them. So, yes, a couple of years ago, Puka Nacua came out of nowhere. He went bananas in week 1, and he was a waiver wire gold. But for the most part, the receivers you're going to pick up off waivers are going to be depth guys, bye-week guys, your wide receiver 5, your wide receiver 6. You're not going to get the wide receivers who start themselves. So if you start 3 or more, I would probably, first 4 picks, probably have a running back and 3 receivers. If the right running backs fell, maybe 2 and 2, and then my 5th-round pick would be a receiver. And there's some really good guys in every round. I mentioned 7 guys I thought were first-round valuable. Second-round, Drake London looks great. Ladd McConkey was a 1,600-yard pace guy for the second half of the season. Even with Allen back, I'm not worried about him. T. Higgins tied to that Cincinnati infrastructure. I'm not as thrilled with Puka Nacua because he doesn't score touchdowns, and they added Devontae Adams, who's been put on this earth to score touchdowns, and Matthew Stafford, age 37, back problem. Makes me a little bit concerned. But then we get into the 3rd round, Mike Evans. I mentioned McLaurin maybe as a 4th-round pick, but he may actually be back in the 3rd round now that he's signed and happy and tied to Daniels. Marvin Harrison you could consider a 4th round, 5th round. Guys like Devonta Smith, Jalen Waddle, the more of the boring veterans that I think are great wide receiver 3s. Cortland Sutton is very underrated with the Broncos. Zay Flowers is always open in Baltimore, a little bit like Jameson Williams. We haven't seen him completely go crazy yet. There's a lot of competition for the ball in Baltimore, but I still think he's a value pick. If George Pickens can accept being the number 2 in Dallas, he'd be a great wide receiver 3. Jameson Williams can score on any play on the field. Xavier Worthy is that type of guy in Kansas City, a boring value in Calvin Ridley, Tennessee. And just one more guy, I realize I'm listing half the league right now. I would have told you a month ago Jawan Jennings was my guy in San Francisco, but he's had a calf injury. He's unhappy about his contract. I think Ricky Pearsall to get there. Last year, the fact he did anything after being shot, he actually got some reps in his rookie year. Ayuk's hurt. Obviously, Deebo Samuel's in Washington now. I think Ricky Pearsall has a chance to be a breakout player and a key guy to get in your fantasy draft, probably as your 3rd receiver.
Scott, information is very helpful. Thank you so much. We appreciate you.
Thanks for having me, guys.
Thanks, Scott.
There you go, your wide receiver preview. Scott Pianowski of Yahoo. We've been doing a different position every single day, so tomorrow we'll get into tight ends right here at 5 o'clock on Grant and Danny. We've got our big draft tonight. In fact, I've got 2 drafts tonight. Got the fantasy draft with listeners and Danny and our producers at Pupatella Pizza in Springfield. And if you want to come hang with us tonight, even if you're not in the league, you can come out and watch us do the draft, kick it with us. And then later tonight, I got a friend's draft that I'm doing. Probably have to sit there on the computer before I leave.
'Tis the season. It's with cringe that I send those calendar invites to my wife. Not that she's participating, but just to let you know that I won't be. Like I'm not helpful.
Definitely the nerdiest thing. Well, now I'm gonna sound mean. I was gonna say definitely the nerdiest thing we do, but it's not the nerdiest thing you do.
I've got nerdier stuff. Yeah, thank you.
To tell my wife, like, I'm not gonna be home because I'm hanging out. Like, just think about from her perspective.
Right. I
me
can't
and a bunch
help.
of guys are gonna fake draft football players and fake manage teams.
Yeah, I'm doing sports D&D. You know what I mean? Like I'm going to manage a pretend football team that doesn't exist anywhere except for my login.
I don't think I've ever thought about how embarrassing it kind of is from the outside if you're not into football at all, because I'm obsessed with it and I love it and I do it all the time. But there was a great scene in This Is 40, I think it was. It was one of these movies with Paul Rudd where he was like sneaking out to do his fantasy draft.
Fantasy baseball draft.
And they were all like yelling out their players in an auction draft. And I think his wife thought he was cheating or something. And she walked in the room and she was basically more mad at that because he was sitting there with these other people and she thought it was the nerdiest thing in the world and she lied to him about it. And she's like, what is going on here, man? Like, I actually thought you were with a woman. I didn't know you were just with a bunch of dudes talking about some second baseman from the Yankees.
Yeah.
But it
was the
a
best.
lot.
It was the most iconic scene.
So
from
what
the whole
would
movie.
be if fantasy sports is not your nerdiest thing? Like, what's the thing when your wife calls you on it that's like, oof, you're right. That's
Right, yeah, I can't defend it. Video games, certainly, like, late hours into the night about games where there's like Gil and I need like a bard and, sort of magic usage and mana. I mean, those sorts of things are just my wheelhouse.
I don't know what any of those words mean.
Of course you do. You're a big fantasy guy. You know all about it. So that's up there. The books I used to be able to read, like I have given up reading basically since all these children are around all the time.
Like the elf languages and stuff?
Yeah, about that kind of stuff.
That's pretty rough.
Yeah, I mean, it's like Book of Lost Tales from Tolkien or Game of Thrones stuff. By the way, George R.R.R. Martin, whenever you get a chance, just finish those books up real quick. Waiting on you.
The Commanders are the oldest team in the NFL, and it is not close. Is that a problem? I want to get into their age and the perspective, not just for this year of them being the oldest, but how long it's been since there was a team close to them in age. I mean, hint, hint, it has been a while. Grant and Danny on the Fan.
Hello there. Grant and Danny for our pals at Window Nation. The end of summer is pretty much here, man. And if you live in our area, your AC is working overtime, just trying to keep that house cool and comfortable. So what can you do? How about replacing those old builder-grade windows with ones from Window Nation, just like Grant and I did? And this month only, you can schedule a consult and get 50% off all the window styles. Is that it, Danny? No, it's not, listener person. Plus, you could even get them with 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for 2 years.
Bottom line, your home's staying comfortable year-round, and these windows are available by the hundreds in terms of styles and colors. So you're going to get windows that you want to protect and beautify your home. A+ rating, Better Business Bureau. I love Window Nation. Danny loves Window Nation because they do an amazing job. For over 3 million windows installed for good reason. Trust Window Nation like we do. Quality and service. Hurry. DMV, 50% off all windows. The sale is ending soon. Don't miss out. Schedule your estimate now at 866-90-NATION or go to windownation.com.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. This update is brought to you by Cars for Kids, Cars with a K. In baseball, the Nationals fell earlier today 11-2 to the Yankees. Yankees hit 6 home runs in the game. They're swept and now lost 5 in a row. The Nats back home on Friday to begin a 3-game series against the Rays. In football, Terry McLaurin back out on the practice field for the Commanders. DQ said that there's absolutely enough time for him to be ready for Week 1 against the Giants. Commanders practice squad signings. Sam Hartman is back on the practice squad. Ja'Cory Brooks, Chris Moore, Jalen Holmes, Sheldon Day, among others, back on the practice squad. They also signed running back Donovan Edwards, the rookie running back out of Michigan, to the practice squad. Ravens safety Kyle Hamilton signed a 4-year extension with the Ravens, making him the highest-paid safety, and Chiefs wide receiver Rashee Rice is expected to be suspended the first 6 games of the NFL season. 106.7 The Fan congratulates Cars for Kids on 30 years of changing lives. Over 1 million cars donated, more than 100,000 kids helped. Be part of the legacy. Donate your car today at carsforkids.org and join over 1 million satisfied donors. From the Crop Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Grant and Danny on the Fan. Thanks to Toby for the update. The most important thing that's going to happen today in sports, this YouTube agreement with Fox, a short-term extension to avoid service disruption ahead of college football Saturday with the game that everybody's been waiting all offseason for, Texas and Ohio State. So if you've got YouTube TV like me, and millions of other people, you will now get your Saturday college football dose. You will get your Commanders football on Sundays. Do we know how long the short-term agreement is? Notified customers that they have until August 27, blah, blah, blah. Doesn't say. Is it just through the weekend to get us to next week? Or is this going to be through the NFL season? We need more information. But if you're wondering about Saturday and you're worried about not getting to watch the most important game on the college slate, fear not. An agreement has been reached for the short term. By the way, speaking of college football, one of our favorite college analysts, Danny Cannell, going to be stopping by, Danny, in 30 minutes to preview the weekend ahead.
He is shot out of a cannon and awesome, and this is who I think of this time of year, right? I mean, A, so knowledgeable, B, has great opinions, and I always get smarter when I listen to Danny Canny talk about the foosballs.
Back to the Commanders we go. Couple of things we have not yet discussed today that are newsy and relevant about Washington. First, I'm sure you guys have seen this. Toby's mentioned this in his updates. So Rashee Rice, the wide receiver from the Kansas City Chiefs, is going to be suspended 6 games by the NFL. Got in trouble a couple different ways, couple different times off the field in his career. Most notably, though, there was video of him leaving a crash at a very, very high rate of speed. Thank God nobody was seriously injured or died, but people were injured in the collision. And this is the league's chance to do what needs to be done. I mean, he was charged with a crime he was found guilty of. I think he even pled guilty to a crime. He's going to have to serve some time in jail in the offseason. But they're suspending him for 6 games, which means he will be back and probably back up to speed by Week 8, Monday Night Football, Kansas City and Washington. The rumor last week was that the NFL wanted to suspend him 10 games. He would have missed the Commanders game. Now, with a 6-game suspension levied, he'll be back for that game. This is the number 1 wide receiver for the Chiefs. Last year, he hurt his ACL and was out after 4 contests. But in the first 3 games of the season, the offense went through him. Mm-hmm. He went for 103, 75, and 110 receiving yards in the first 3 games last year as Patrick Mahomes' favorite target. So it's just a much better offense for the Chiefs when he's out there. Go back to his rookie year. He was an 80-catch, 938 yards, 7-touchdown guy.
And he really started to come on as the year was going along, too, yeah.
Terry McLaurin-esque, frankly, in the second half of the season, with the kind of production we see here from him. But he's now going to play against Washington, it sounds like, barring any kind of injury between now and then.
Yeah, they'll tread water, and they'll have him for the time that you want him. The second half, down the stretch, into the playoffs, because I bet you Kansas City makes it, just kind of looking at the recent history. But, it goes with an interesting room, right, where you're talking Xavier Worthy, Hollywood Brown, kind of the very, very poor man's version of Tyreek Hill, the deep threat. I mean, he's there to run vertical routes, but, where their bread is buttered, it's going to be interesting. Maybe it's a little more ground and pound. Pacheco, Kareem Hunt, we're still doing that dance, but, if Travis Kelce's a bit more spry, but they're still a defense, and let's let Mahomes make some magic team for a while. With Rashee Rice, maybe that's a bit more dynamic. Maybe you've got some answers. Maybe you can win one of those shootouts come postseason time.
I know that the roster doesn't really seem to matter. This is very old school Patriots-esque, where you look at the skill groups or just the overall talent, and you don't really see how they're going to get to 13 or 14 wins again, why it is that they're this unbeatable team, this daunting task, this insurmountable force, basically. But with now a suspension for 6 games until he's back, again on paper, this Chiefs offense looks like it's going to be sluggish. I don't know how they are prolific. I don't know why they would be dynamic. Travis Kelce, he's the tight end, by the way, that just got engaged to Taylor Swift yesterday. I don't know if you guys heard about this.
I did not see anything on that.
But Kelce, based on last season, I'm comfortable saying, is no longer at the peak of his powers and his best football is behind him. I think he's a good player, so at tight end,
still a useful player, yeah.
Noah Gray, Jared Wiley, that's a really good tight end room, and Kelce can still go out and catch 65, 70 balls probably. But they're going to be keeping him fresh for the stretch run as well. So you're not going to go max effort early in the season with him. Hollywood Brown gets hurt all the time. Xavier Worthy's electric. You talked about his skills. But it feels to me, again, like they're going to need the missed field goal at the end of the game. The Chiefs
the block field goal at the end of the game.
They're going to need the defensive first win or the run game with Isaiah Pacheco and Kareem Hunt to be awesome. I just don't see how Mahomes is going to go out and put up 4,500 yards, 45 touchdowns, be back in the MVP mix, which a lot of people were saying might happen this year after this suspension.
Yeah, I don't see it either. And by the way, that's okay. Their schedule up front, by the way, how about this? Divisional game, Chargers to start, Eagles, Giants, whatever, but Ravens. The first 4 weeks, 3 out of those 4 games are pretty challenging. This you said Patriots.
They play the Baltimore game in week 4?
In week 4.
Oh, what a break for the Ravens to get them without Rice.
Well, this reminds me, as you said, the Patriots is the perfect comp, where if you were going to we're going to do the stories on the Shouty shows, what's wrong with the Chiefs as they're starting 2-2 or whatever, and you'll get a relaxed type moment where I bet you it's going to work out. I bet you in the second half of the season when they get to play the Titans, the Raiders, a couple other teams down the stretch, you look up and you go, how did they end up at 12 wins when they started the way they did? They're inevitable. They're Thanos.
But they are one of those teams, I think, that based on the fact that they kind of accidentally won as many games as they did last year, they're a lock to regress. In other words, they were 15-2.
Yep.
So everybody knows they're not going 15-2 again. But I could see them going 11-6 and a team like Denver actually pushing them. Now, the Broncos might have to take both games from them in the West to actually get to 11-6. But if you do that and you have a tiebreaker for the first time in nearly a decade, we could see another champion in the AFC West. I'm not predicting it, but it is inevitably going to happen at some point, and I don't know why this year wouldn't be a possibility if Denver's as good as I think they might be. By the way, when are those Broncos games? Because that would be really interesting. If they play them twice in December, I like it a lot less. But if the Broncos get them before Rice comes back for the first time, maybe that's an opportunity to jump on them in the first of the 2 matchups.
Denver is, after their bye week, Andy Reid bye week, et cetera, and so forth, November 16th in week 11, and then in week 17 on Christmas Day.
Not ideal. So they'll have Rice for both games, and they're playing Andy Reid, who I don't remember the exact stat now, but I know at one point he was like 24-3 after an in-season bye week, basically. Mm-hmm. He's one of the best all-time at it, so that doesn't bode well for the Broncos. Are you as high on Denver as everybody else? I think they're going to have one of the best defenses in the league, and it's Sean Payton and a scheme-fitted quarterback on offense.
So on paper, yes, I am. It's one of those things where now the train has left the station and everybody's, this is the year, this is the team. It feels like a little bit premature, but all the ingredients are there, to your point. Bo Nix had if it wasn't for Jaden Daniels, we would be talking about how sensational Bo Nix is and was in year number 1. In Sean Payton's system, that guy's got a pretty good track record about making some offense out of different pieces. Their defense is outstanding. He's a really good football coach. They're right there knocking on the door, especially with the injuries to the Chargers and how they look on paper, not as good. And the regression coming back to the pack you'd expect for Kansas City. Again, they've got that magic ingredient, but they weren't a 15-win team last year. That's not an insult. They were probably a 12.5 or 13-win team. That's still pretty damn good. But Denver could be that. It now just feels because everybody's in, it makes you a little nervous.
All right, I want to get back to the Commanders and their team age because this was an interesting story that came out today. This guy, Jimmy Kempski, who covers the league out of Philadelphia, writes about age every single season. He does these deep dives into the roster, does the average age breakdown, and gives you some nuggets on that. The Commanders are the oldest team in the NFL. We knew that coming into the preseason. They are, on average, 28.09 years old, basically 28.1 years old. Not just the oldest team in the NFL right now, but Danny, this guy Jimmy Kempski's done this dating back to 2012, where he crunches all the numbers for age per team. And the previous oldest two teams in the National Football League, when he has done this, were the 2018 Raiders and the 2023 Saints at 27.4 years old. Meaning by over a half year, which does not sound like a big deal. But when these 32 teams...
When you're averaging 53, 54, yeah.
All these 32 teams are together, and they're all within 0.4, 0.3, whatever. Like, it's a big, big difference. By a half year, the Commanders in the 12, now 13 seasons of this exercise are the oldest team that he has studied and crunched the numbers on. One more piece of evidence I want to give you about just how old they are. Players at least 29 years old, on the precipice of turning 30. Washington has 25, the most in the NFL by far. You know how many the Green Bay Packers have?
It's like 3.
They have 4 players that are 29 years old or older. 4. Washington has 25. Now, this does not mean that the Commanders can't have a good season. But what it does mean, there is a correlation. It's been proven statistically, scientifically, I'm sure in some way as well, that the older you are, A, the more likely to get hurt you become, but B, the longer an injury recovery may take. It just means that last year Bobby Wagner stayed healthy, or Zach Ertz stayed healthy, or some of the guys that they brought in that were older. It's not a guarantee that that happens again. We all hope that it does, but this is one of the nerve-wracking elements of this team. This is one of the monsters under the bed that none of us want to think about and none of us want to talk about, and we just hope that Jaden Daniels, with his baseball bat, can come save us in the middle of the night if we hear creaking under the bed. But 29 players over 25. The oldest team in the league and the oldest team in 13 seasons of the NFL at least, that's just the time that we have based on this guy doing this, is worrisome.
Now, there are a bunch of guys that will contribute that are hurting this average, and they're specialists. I don't care about Tressway's age. I don't care about Matt Gay's age. But for everybody that wants to dismiss it because of that, no, not so fast. There are 19 players among guys that will be regular contributors. You want to call them starters, want to call them rotation pieces, like think defensive line or early season and Andrew Wiley or somebody like that, whether he ends up a starter or not for 16 weeks, 17 weeks. That's not what I'm talking about. Guys that are going to play. Doesn't count Josh Johnson, who's going to ruin any average because he's 39 years old. Doesn't count Nick Bellore, who's 36. He's a special teams guy, even though I could include him. There are 19 players that will get significant snaps for this team that are 29 and older. Now, that's not ancient in real world terms, but in a sport where the average career is 2.5 years, that is. Now, it could be nothing, but it's also noteworthy, right? I think you touched on it very well. We lived a charmed life when it came to Zach Ertz last year. This is a guy that could not have been more oft injured. If he was purposely kicking his shin against a metal plank.
I wanted to see where you were going to go with that.
I didn't have a good analogy set up.
That was going to be a tough plane to land.
Didn't have a great thing set up there. I was like, he couldn't have been more hurt if he tried to be.
It was a bumpy landing, but no, you didn't crash.
Yeah, sorry, everybody about the turbulence.
The pilot had to come over after and say, "Sorry about that, guys. We had some crosswinds there, but hopefully you get to your connection, and thanks for flying with us on Danny Rouillet Airlines."
Didn't think about the end of the sentence before I started it, and kind of left myself in the lurch, but appreciate you flying the Film This Guys. You know you have choices in air travel and on radio programs. We appreciate you choosing this one. Thanks for flying the Film This Guys. So, as you look at it, there are so many guys that you think Austin Eckler last year. That's not because he was 29 that he got concussed. Like, and again, I'm not being flippant about it. Like,
correct.
That could happen to a 21-year-old, et cetera. But the history, the data, as you look at, some guys, again, that are key contributors, there's a reason they can do these non-cap killing free agent deals for guys like Will Harris, for guys like Jonathan Jones, who's 32. You can do those sorts of things because you're not tied to them long term. Well, the flip side is, the corollary is, there's no ready replacement. There's no developing from within. I don't know why. They inherited the barest cupboard of all. watching Kyle Hamilton get his contract today just reminds you that they took Jahan Dotson after a trade. How'd that work out? All those guys, by the way, in that deal are gone. Chris Olave would have been good. So would have Kyle Hamilton and so on, right? But at least they got Jahan Dotson, I think made the Eagles roster. But you see the point. They're bare when it comes to that. I get it. But at the same time, this is the deal.
Looking this up here, I did not see that he got cut, so he should be on this roster. He is. Good for Jahan.
Good for Jahan Dotson.
Looks like he's still wide receiver 3.
Catch a
They
tutty
did
against
trade
Washington.
for John Mechie, so maybe he could push him a little bit. But by the way, the Eagles only have 5 wide receivers on their roster as well. They might be in the market to add a 6th at some point. They've got a decent little front line with A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith, so I don't know how much they're worried about their depth.
Yeah.
But that's a little something to monitor. All right, next, I want to get into the press conference today between the media with Dan Quinn and Adam Peters. So Quinn was asked about McLaurin's availability for week 1. Not that if he's going to play or not, we know that. But is he going to be on a pitch count, or can he be himself completely? Does he have enough time to get all the way back to speed? So you'll hear what Dan Quinn said about that. And then Peters was asked if he was surprised by how long the dispute between Terry and the team dragged on. Really, really interesting there. We will get to that next. Grant and Danny on the Fan. Hello, it's Grant, and I wanted to tell you that FanDuel, love me some FanDuel, is giving you a reason to lock in to the college football season a little bit early. Right now, new customers can bet just $5 and get $300 in bonus bets if your bet wins. That's right, $5 on any bet. If you win, you're going to walk away with $300 in bonus bets to use all over the app. You can use these bonus bets on week 1 lines or a Heisman futures bet or over-unders or player props, whatever you've got circled on the college football calendar. FanDuel's easy to use. The app is safe and secure, and when you win, this is the best part. When you win, you get paid instantly. No waiting around, no hassle. Goes straight into your account. FanDuel.com/GP. That's FanDuel.com/GP. Got to be 21 in Virginia. First online real money wager only. $5 deposit required. Bonus issued non-withdrawable bet expires in a week. Restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem, 1-800-GAMBLER. With Danny, I'm Grant. This is The Fan. We will take you up to 6:30. Danny Cannell on the college football slate, including one of the games of the year on Saturday. Coming up at 6, it's finally here. Football is back. Speaking of ball, out in Ashburn today, the head coach and GM of the Commanders, Dan Quinn and Adam Peters, met with the media first time since cutdown day. They addressed the roster decisions, the forming of the 53-man group, and Terry McLaurin's dispute finally ending with a new contract for the first time. This was Dan Quinn when he was asked about if Terry McLaurin's going to be ready to be himself in week 1. Did he give himself enough time to get all the way back in time for the Giants?
Yeah, absolutely it is, and it's awesome. I love coaching him. He is a rare competitor, so he'll be out on the field today with his teammates, along with Noah Brown and some others that are on the way back. So that's an important time, John, even though it's not technically game week, just to get some reps together. It's a big deal for us, and, yeah, we're really pumped about it.
On the practice field today, answer at the beginning, absolutely. We'll see what the pitch count looks like. Does he play every single snap that he would have? I'm not sold that that's going to be the case. Also, in talking to Logan Paulson, our buddy who crunches all the tape and watches the All-22 so well, he was saying that if he was Cliff Kingsbury, maybe he would consider just building a package for Terry and consolidating play quantity.
Mm-hmm.
So, maybe.
So what does that look like?
Well, the idea he had was you give him 25 or 30 plays that he's going to be on the field for, and of those, 6 to 8, maybe 10, whatever it is, could go his way, super high, share perhaps. But the idea being that way he doesn't have to get the whole playbook not down mentally, but he doesn't have to get his feet under him for the entire game or the entire playbook. It's hey, when this is the package we think you could take advantage of, this is how you're going to be used. Any kind of situationally used guy, if you're bringing in a second quarterback for this mobile thing you're trying out for a week, basically, we're going to give you 20, 35 plays, whatever that looks like. These are the plays you'll be on the field for. We're in this look, and we'll set it up on the first drive and come back to it in the second drive. Now, that was just his idea, but I think there's probably some hope, depending on the shape that they feel like Terry's in from a football standpoint, that when he gets out there and runs around starting today, maybe they'll be impressed, and maybe he is closer to being able to go out and run 68, 70 plays. The problem is best tempo in the NFL, most no-huddle plays in the league last year, so the way they play is not for everybody.
Yeah, that's a good point. I mean, so I also, the alternative, I don't think Dan Quinn would come out and say, yeah, he's going to be on a pitch counter. Yeah, he's not really going to be ready. He'll be himself. He's, it's time to pump up the player and make sure everybody knows that, we're all brothers, we're all in this together, and we all got the commander tag, et cetera. So I still do expect a pitch count to some degree.
Brothers?
Brotherhood, yeah.
Brotherhood Bell?
Yeah, Brotherhood Bell. So it'll be interesting to see how they do it. Logan's suggestion is a good one to me. I mean, you can't have too many obvious tells where, okay, McLaurin's in the game, it's probably going his way, so, he'll have to run some routes, block a few different times, and, maybe use him as a decoy here and there. But, yeah, I'd expect, that 20, 25 snap range.
Adam Peters spoke for the first time since this deal got done. He was asked if he was surprised by how long the dispute dragged on.
Yeah, I mean, obviously we didn't want it to go this long, but it wasn't super surprising, understanding, that we had a little ways to go in terms of finding a middle ground. But, I think, it took how long it took, so as long as we got to where we got, we're happy. And then, you never want to take their personal feelings out of everything. And, luckily for us, we didn't have any ill personal feelings for Terry or Buddy or anybody in the whole negotiation. So that wasn't an issue. It was just, maybe just your feelings about, where you want to be at the end compared to where they want to be. But in terms of how all that went, I know there were some tough times, in terms of, maybe some things stalled a little bit, but in the end, you always just, understand, shoot, you see it all the time, everything he did for this team and everything he's done for this team and everything he did last year on the field, and then everything he's done in this community. You keep those things in perspective, and that's why we wanted to do this in the beginning. So it made it pretty easy.
Sounds like the problem was just they wanted to pay him so badly.
I think we're trying too hard to pay him.
He was just too good of a guy, and we loved him so much. I don't know how we got to that part in the answer, but Yeah, I mean, Peters today, you heard it early on there, acknowledged there was a gigantic gap at the beginning.
Mhm.
He didn't say it in those words, but I will. He made it clear we had a long ways to go. And some of the reports that are out there are that the team was sub $25 million a year when they started, which seems a little bit egregious, and that the player and the agent were upwards of 35 million plus, maybe over Justin Jefferson money, which seems extremely egregious. The team was closer than the player. But if that's the case and you're bridging over $10 million, well, it's no kidding. It took a long, long time if neither wanted to budge.
Without a doubt. And then you get to the, using the clock, using the calendar sort of as your adversary, almost as another negotiator where, hey, I don't know how to say it, but it's like you're in the room that's a certain size, and then every day it gets a little bit smaller. And eventually you're going to run out of room. And that's kind of where we were approaching, right? Where the fines could start, the acrimony could really ramp up. And you saw some of it. I mean, you saw a guy that didn't seem very happy in McLaurin. I mean, the not going to the preseason game and the one he was at, just sort of sitting by himself in a hoodie and didn't seem real thrilled to kind of be a part of it at that stage. That room starts to get smaller and smaller. Use that to your advantage, and then ultimately it's burned a deal.
Grant and Danny on the Fan. We will talk with Danny Cannell ahead of Texas and Ohio State, a noon game on Saturday and a huge weekend of college football. We'll do that next on the Fan.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan, and this update is driven by Oarsman Chantilly Toyota. As they like to say, let's ride together. In baseball, earlier today, the Nationals fell to the Yankees 11-2. The Yankees with 6 homers. The Nats were swept by the Yankees and have lost 5 in a row. Catcher Drew Millis left early with a fractured and dislocated finger on his catching hand, likely to land on the injured list. Day off tomorrow for the Nationals. They'll begin a 3-game series against the Rays starting on Friday. Football, Terry McLaurin was back on the practice field for the Commanders. Dan Quinn said there's absolutely enough time for him to be ready for Week 1 against the Giants. Commanders practice squad signings today include quarterback Sam Hartman, wide receivers Ja'Cory Brooks and Chris Moore, cornerback Harlan Vigors, and defensive linemen Jalen Holmes and Sheldon Day. They also signed running back Donovan Edwards, the rookie running back out of Michigan. Ravens safety Kyle Hamilton signed a 4-year extension, making him the highest paid safety in the NFL. 4 years, $100 million, 82 of it guaranteed. Chiefs wide receiver Rashee Rice is expected to be suspended the first 6 games of the NFL season for violating the NFL's personal conduct policy. Also, the Patriots released wide receiver Kendrick Bourne. Oarsman Chantilly Toyota keeps their customers happy by offering great deals on the area's best selection of new Toyotas, each backed by the Oarsman Lifetime Edge, featuring up to $1,500 in extras. As they say at Oarsman Chantilly Toyota, let's ride together. From the Crop Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Stretch run of Grant and Danny on the Fan. Thank you for making the show part of your day. It means a lot. We're sponsored exclusively by the law firm Kondorian Murad.
We love those guys. We encourage you.
You need to
go
turn on
see
your
them.
mic.
My mic is on.
Okay.
It wasn't working right there.
Something wasn't happening.
Listen, the blue light was on. That's all I know. When that blue light goes, I go. Exclusively sponsored by the law firm of Kondorian Murad. Estate planning, elder law, real estate transactions, probate administration. Their attorneys are always there to protect you and your family's assets. Schedule a free consultation with their team today by visiting kmlawyers.com. Be sure to let them know that we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com.
Let's talk college football, and let's look ahead to what I believe will be the official kickoff to the fall. The official kickoff to the football season, so to speak. And that is noon this Saturday when number 1 Texas plays number 3 Ohio State, and the college football season officially gets going. Because I know they had a week 0. I think they had a week 1/2, and then a week
0.34.
0.46 was like Akron against somebody. Danny Cannell is on the Rude Guest Hotline. Rude, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. Danny, welcome back on the show. We love talking college ball with you. How are you, man?
I appreciate you guys for having me on, man. It's great to catch up. I'm a little disappointed you're not fired up for some of the Thursday and Friday night action, but the point is still the same, and you guys are right. That Ohio State game has been, Texas game has been circled on everybody's calendars. The minute that game last year went final in the playoffs with Ohio State knocking them off, that has been one that people have been anticipating again. So I agree with you. That is going to be an insane atmosphere.
Oh, don't get us wrong. We'll watch those other games, too. We'll get back to those. But, yeah, those are appetizers. And I'm an appetizer guy. I like wings. I like mozzarella sticks. But the entree here, the steak and the potatoes, is noon on Saturday. And Danny Cannell joins us, courtesy of Bet Online, looking ahead to the game with us. So preview it for us. What do you expect to see in one of the most anticipated season kickoffs that we've seen in a long, long time?
Boy, I tell you, it's hard to predict a lot of these week 0 games because there's so many question marks, right? I mean, both teams are breaking in new quarterbacks, and I know we've seen a little bit about Arch Manning. We've seen him play a little bit. Julian Sayin for Ohio State, we haven't seen at all. And more importantly for Ohio State, they have both new offensive and defensive coordinators. Matt Patricia is taking over the defense. You got Brian Hartline, who's been a longtime assistant coach. Finally, he's getting the call along the to make the offensive play calls. You've got an entirely new backfield for Ohio State. You've got new pieces for Texas across the board as well. So I think you could see a little bit more of a sloppier affair. I would say even maybe a little bit more of a defensive affair. But even when I say that out loud, I look at these two offensive minds because Steve Sarkisian is a great offensive mind, and I think about Ohio State and Ryan Day and Jeremiah Smith is the most electric player in the country on the offensive side of the ball. It's hard for me to believe it, but I do think this will be a little bit more of a defensive affair early, before they kind of have that little chess match of what each defense is going to be trying to do.
So I know, the roster's changed so darn much year to year. I mean, I think, was it 14 players Ohio State, Danny, lost to the draft this past year, including a handful of first-rounders. But you mentioned Smith. That Texas defense last year, wasn't it one catch for 3 yards? Any of that kind of carry over into this matchup here to start the season?
Yes, absolutely it does. And I think this is where one of those things where I think the stat line can be deceiving. And they did a phenomenal job shutting him down. But as a part of that, maybe they forgot to help with Travion Henderson, who took a 70-yard screen pass. Maybe they were so concerned with, stopping the most dominant player that we've seen in college football probably in the last 5 or 6 years, in Jeremiah Smith. That does provide you opportunities elsewhere. Like Emeka Buka had a pretty good game. Cardell Tate had a good game. And that is where I think probably could be one of the bigger impacts of this game are some of those role players and those new players that aren't the guys that we know. I do think Jeremiah Smith will have a better game. I just think he's one of those guys that you just can't contain that much. I'm sure that game has irked him all offseason long. But I do think you make a great point. I think Texas will be like, all right, we can take that every single time. But that's where some of the other guys have to step up. And that's one of those wrinkles, too. Like, I think Chip Kelly, as the offensive coordinator last year, who's now in the NFL, he was very familiar. All right, he's watching, he's game planning, he's adjusting on the fly in the game. He sees him take away Jeremiah Smith. What does he do? He calls some plays to attack some of the other vulnerabilities in the defense. That's what I'm curious to see how Brian Hartline adapts to that. But I do have a hunch that Ryan Day will get more involved in the play calling. Where he handed it over to Chip Kelly, I think it'll be more of a collaborative effort for Ohio State this season, early in the season especially.
It's supposed to be 67 degrees in Columbus at Ohio Stadium. Buckeyes narrowly favored by about 1.5, depending on where you look, as we get ready to put the ball in the air on Saturday afternoon. It's one of those games where it's early enough in the season that it's not going to be the undoing of either of these teams. Does that ding the importance at all, in your opinion, or no?
Yes and no. Like, you're right. I mean, both of these teams can, you get a mulligan almost, especially when you come into this preseason ranked top 5. Like, it's smoked, right? And even then, even if Ohio State, which I don't think is likely, let's say they lose by 3 touchdowns, 24-3. Let's just throw out a score. Even if they get the rankings, but they have a whole season ahead of them, and they can still get that mulligan that the 12-team playoff does provide, and they have plenty of opportunities left on their schedule to kind of elevate throughout the year and fight their way back into the top 25. I'll give you 2 examples from last year. Notre Dame lost to Northern Illinois at home in week 3, I think, and maybe it was week 2. I forget what week it was. Early in the season, I thought they were toast. I was like, oh, they're done. What did they do? They ran the table, won impressively, got in. Clemson is another team that, struggled early. Georgia, they had a neutral site game, got smoked against Georgia. Didn't look pretty. It looked ugly. People wrote them off. Now, they still have their struggles, and they kind of took the other access point, which is if you win your conference, it doesn't matter what your record is. And if they didn't win the ACC, they would have been left out on the outside, but they ended up winning that game. So there's still a lot of leeway for those teams to bounce back. But you just kind of look at it as a barometer, like a litmus test for your program. How do we stack up against the best? And regardless of whether it matters or not, I know both these fan bases are going to be overreacting one way or another, no matter how the outcome goes for their team.
Our guy Danny Cannell with us here on G&D. One more about this one before we go to the rest of the weekend at large. The quarterback matchup. So Arch Manning, it's a pedigree. There's a name we've valued there. I think we've heard an awful lot about that, but not a ton of experience still. I think he had a couple wins against teams that you and I could beat. Now you look at Ohio State, young man stepping in there in terms of saying, how do you see that matchup going? It's a pretty big step up in terms of import.
So I would expect both quarterbacks to be a little bit inconsistent. I think they're going to be harped on so much. And this is what I would tell a young quarterback, and I'm sure both these coaches are telling them, you don't have to do too much. Like, the expectations are off the charts. People think you're going to be the superhero. You're going to throw for 300 yards. They're going to expect that out of an Ohio State or a Texas quarterback anytime, let alone ones that come in with kind of the pedigrees that these two do. I think they might struggle somewhat. It's human nature. It's quarterback nature. When you are young and inexperienced, kind of struggle for it to be a little bit bumpy. I think what will be the difference in this game is which one manages the game the best. Like, there will be little decisions that are made, like when to take a sack versus when to throw it away, when to tuck it and run it versus, whether to air it down the field and take that deep shot down the field. Those are little decisions that over the course of time you build maturity through experience that they don't have any of. So they're going to make some very first-year starter-type mistakes. It's who can minimize those the most. And if that's the situation, I'm going to lean towards Julian Sayin for the sole fact that he's playing at home. That is a huge advantage when you think about communication at the line of scrimmage, making checks, for the offensive line to communicate amongst each other. They've got to get things on the same page. And then I go on the flip side, Arch Manning, trying to give the cadence, trying to check at the line of scrimmage. For his offensive linemen, they'll probably have to use a silent snap count. So they're having to react to get off the ball in pass protection or in the run game. To give a slightest edge to Julian Sayin because he's at home in the confines of his own place. But Arch Manning, like you said, at least we've seen him. He's been in Texas for 30 months, so he's been around that system. That's pretty comfortable for him. But I still would give the slight edge to Julian Sayin because he's home.
Danny Cannell on Grant and Danny here on the fan. Excuse me. Check out Bet Online for updated college football playoff win totals, conference, Heisman, and college football week 1 lines. I want to pivot to the other of really the huge top 10 games this weekend, and that's LSU Clemson. This is a night game, ABC, 7:30 kickoff on Saturday. Basically, room temperature at kickoff right now projected to be 73 degrees in Clemson. Is this playoffs or bust kind of for Brian Kelly? These two teams are in a similar spot where they've both few years spinning their tires here. I mean, who needs this season more at this point?
Oh, I think it's Brian Kelly. I mean, Dabo Swinney has multiple national titles at Clemson, and while they haven't been up to that standard recently, they still did bail out a season last year. I mentioned before about them winning the ACC and getting to the playoffs, and they actually played pretty good against Texas. So I actually feel pretty good about Clemson. I think he's almost one of those lifetime contract things. He can – I know college football is very fickle, but I do think Clemson fans appreciate what he's done, and he kind of call his own shots. That is very much not the case for Brian Kelly at LSU. He's had a lot of success, and he's been to the playoffs before, but he hasn't won the national title, and he hasn't had that playoff-type run at LSU just yet. And even to add a little bit more insult to injury, the place that he left because he said he didn't think he could win a national championship there, Marcus Freeman just took them to the national championship game. And while he didn't win it, I think people are looking around saying, man, I thought you said this place was hard to win. And Marcus Freeman in his third year takes him to the national title game. So that combined with LSU is a program which has ran off multiple coaches with national titles to their resume. They ran off Les Miles, and that was after an extended period of time, and they thought it was getting a little bit stale. And then they ran off Ed Ogeron just a couple years after he won a national championship. So you want to talk about a fan base that has off-the-top expectations, and reasonably so because they have so much talent coming through that program. I think Brian Kelly, this is a massive year where it does feel, I won't say national championship or bust, but it does feel like they better make the playoffs or it could get uncomfortable in Baton Rouge for him.
Let me sneak in a quick one here. This is one of the biggest lines I can ever remember seeing. Penn State's a 44-point favorite at home. I get that they're pretty good against Nevada. How for real are they this year? It just feels like I hear so much about them every year, and there's always a couple of losses, a couple of buzzsaws in the Big Ten. Doesn't feel like they can get over the hump there. Are they good enough?
I think they are. I mean, you mentioned kind of the narrative about them every year. James Franklin's record against top 5 opponents is 1-15. Like his only win in the one was a hot game against Ohio State that he had, 5 or 6 years ago. So that's even that one's in the rearview mirror. And even last year, I thought that the expanded playoff really did James Franklin a lot of favors because he wouldn't have gotten in last year. And then I'm sure those fans were restless, but they get in. They beat Boise State. They beat SMU. They come up short against Notre Dame, but it gave them a little taste of the postseason life for Penn State fans. So I think they were kind of enthusiastic. The reason I'm buying into Penn State, they're actually my national champion pick. We're talking about all these teams with question marks. We have a team that actually has answers, and they have answers across the board. They go out, and I know they lost Abdul Carter, but they got denied Dennis Sutton as a defensive edge rusher, who is really a dynamic pass rusher. He should be able to fill those shoes. They go out and get Jim Knowles, the defensive coordinator from Ohio State, from the defending national champion. They hire him away. And probably more importantly, they've got several players on the offensive side of the ball that could have gone to the NFL. And much like Michigan 2 years ago, much like Ohio State last year, they all decide collectively as a group, let's come back and try to do something special. And so I feel like they've kind of got this mindset that has worked the last 2 seasons. And maybe most importantly, and you alluded to it, their schedule is a joke. They have 3 complete cake. We're not even going to see Penn State play until week 4. Like, they're not going to have – they could roll out their backups if they wanted to, and they'll be 3-0. And then even when they get into conference play, they have a couple tricky games. Like going to Iowa could get tricky, but it's really a 2-game schedule. They get Ohio State on the road, and they get Oregon at home. So I almost feel like they're a lock to go 10-2 at worst. I have them going 11-1, and I'm a believer that James Franklin has been knocking on the door and knocking on the door. They've been getting closer, and because of all the other questions with all these other teams, I'm going to go with the team that I think has the answers.
Danny, as you know, college football is going to spread from Thursday through Sunday. 4 days of kicking this thing off with Sunday night football.
Monday, too.
What do we have Monday?
Monday night there's always that Labor Day Monday night game.
That's true.
There?
Yeah, there is a thrown-in game probably that I'm not thinking about.
I think it's TCU-UNC. I think Bill Belichick's debut, I think, is Monday night. I think ESPN even changed that game because
I believe
they want to get
crazy.
all those eyeballs. Whether they're watching Bill or his girlfriend, we don't know. But I think they jumped on that. But yes, I love this weekend because it's really, we don't even get it. We used to get it in the bowl season where you'd have the NFL playoffs. There was kind of a dead area, and you could really focus. This is really college football's marquee weekend.
But bring up the Sunday slate because you've got Notre Dame, Miami, 6 versus 10. Another nationally televised kick on ABC under the lights. And another game, you were talking about quarterback changes with guys graduating, figuratively, literally, what have you. Well, Notre Dame and Miami are 2 teams that are, you have the number 1 overall pick no longer at Miami, and Notre Dame's moving on without a guy that got them to the national championship game last year.
Yep, and this is another one where a lot of question marks. I do feel like Marcus Freeman's roster from top to bottom is probably stronger. I trust him sort of what he's built there for the last couple of years, but that is not to discount Miami because they've been pretty big spenders in the portal. They've got a defense which is pretty nasty, and they went out and got a quarterback from Georgia and Carson Beck, who everybody's cast aside, probably myself included. I still have to see him do it, but he is somebody who a year ago at this time, when we were previewing games this season last year when he was at Georgia, everyone was saying he could win the Heisman Trophy and he was going to be a top 5 pick in the NFL draft. Now, the season kind of unfolded. He struggled with interceptions, had a couple rough losses, and then probably most importantly had elbow surgery. He had, Tommy John surgery on his elbow. So that's a massive question mark. But the guy, from all accounts, he's fully recovered. He's full speed. So he should be good to go. And then Notre Dame does have the returning, probably the best running back in the entire country, in Jeremiah Love, who's a really dynamic back who helped them last year. But they're starting C.J. Carr, who we know nothing about other than he's Lloyd Carr's grandson. Like, that's all we really know about him. He's a very green quarterback. So I think that game is going to be a slugfest. I think it's going to be a low-scoring game down in Miami. And you talk about programs that need a win. Notre Dame is the favorite in that game, and it's for a reason. But Miami desperately needs to win that game, sort of to recapture some of the moment they took last year and to have sort of that signature win, which they really did lack last year. Even though Cam Ward was so special, they finished the season 10-2, just miss out in the playoffs. They need that signature win playing at home in Miami.
Bring this one up because we're here in D.C. We've got some Virginia Tech alums. I don't expect them to be terrific, but they take on South Carolina, who I think is going to be nasty. Danny, I have all sorts of weaknesses, and one of mine is if I see a documentary that involves somebody, I end up falling in love with that person. So I'm now on the Lenore Sellers Heisman Trophy campaign because I watched the SEC documentary on Netflix. I think that guy's going to be a baller. Preview that game for us, and then Sellers this season.
So I totally agree with you. I saw that documentary as well. I thought there were some breakout stars in that one. I thought Lenore Sellers were. I thought Shane Beamer was. Yep. He's out there with his family, taking his kids to school and going to breakfast. I love that personal. I love that when you get to kind of learn it because all we do is like criticize people and who's going to win, who can't, and you see that personal aspect. You're like, oh yeah, they're humans too. Lenore Sellers is off the charts. Athleticism, arm talent, size, stature. He's a massive, massive kid that everybody is really high on. My one concern with him, he did lose his offensive coordinator, and I do think it could be a potential downgrade at coordinator. So he's got some new pieces. South Carolina as a group, one of the reasons they had that big year last year was they had a lot of NFL talent. They had a secondary player named Nick Emanwari. They had Kyle Kennard, a defensive end that got drafted. And they still do have Dylan Simpson on the other side of the ball, but there's just some new pieces there. And I was actually a little bit surprised that the number is this tight. Like, I think if you just said perception-wise, look at these two programs, you'd probably say, man, South Carolina is probably a 2-touchdown favorite. The fact that they're not actually makes me kind of like Virginia Tech a little bit in the spot because their quarterback, Kyron Drones, is somebody who's getting a new offensive coordinator, but I think it's an upgrade. And he's somebody, again, a year ago, people were picking Virginia Tech to be this team that could be a surprise in the ACC. They fell well short of expectations. But Brent Pry, their head coach, is a defensive coach. I think the one thing you saw Illinois do in the bowl game was take away Lenore Sellers as a runner. I think that's going to be priority number one to him. And you talk about somebody who's coaching for his, future. It is Brent Pry at Virginia Tech. So I think that game might be closer than people think because the odds makers are usually way more correct than, the experts, so to speak.
You can see why we love having Danny Cannell on Bet Online. Updated college football playoff win total, conference Heisman Trophy, college football week 1 lines. They've got it all. We'll let you out on this, and you can take this wherever you want to. But as Danny said, localizing it, we're in the DMV here. We've got Maryland fans. I think about JMU as a huge fan base at this point. And then even the University of Virginia. Anything locally that stands out or you're interested in with any of those programs this year?
Yeah. Can you guys tell me who's going to start for the Terps? Is Malik Washington going to go? I mean,
he'll play this weekend, I think.
Yeah, so I think so too. But I do think, Coach Loxley's great. He's a great offensive mind. I think he's got a really good relationship with his quarterbacks. They've got, you guys obviously know about him as a, highly touted freshman that's coming in there. But to start a true freshman is a big decision. If he's ready, I love it. But if he's not, you can also kind of derail his confidence and kind of things can go off the rails. I think that's one of the most important decisions you've seen Mike Loxley have to make in just quarterback development. What do they decide to do? How much do they play him? Do they expose him out there and just say, all right, this is going to be a bumpy year, we're going to roll with him? Or do they try to protect him somewhat? Because I think he's got an insane amount of talent and could be somebody that helps bring back Maryland to that 8 and 9 win total. But I do think this year could be a little bit more of a struggle. And then Virginia, I think they're quietly a team that's been spending a little bit more money. And I do think it's much needed. And I'm curious to see, because this is a big year for Tony Elliott, if he can kind of take a step forward and be more competitive in a tough route in the ACC.
Dan, you're the best, buddy. Always appreciate it, man. Enjoy this weekend.
Thank you, guys. Enjoy the games. Always great being on.
Yeah, same with you. There's Danny Cannell. Bet Online made him possible. That game, noon on Saturday, cannot come soon enough.
It's just so perfect.
And now that I know YouTube TV's got to deal with Fox and I'm not going to have to miss it, it could start right now as far as I'm concerned.
I mean, if let's say that game didn't exist, it would still be a pretty great weekend. I mean, Alabama's at Florida State. Florida State's probably not going to be great, but still, that's pretty storied programs, pretty marquee. You mentioned the LSU Clemson game. We talked Notre Dame and Miami. It's already a pretty good weekend. Now you've got one of the biggest matchups to start a season that I can remember. Phenomenal.
You're just jumping in the car. Big news of the day today. The Chiefs found out that their number 1 wide receiver, Rashee Rice, accepted a 6-game ban to start the season. So the league wanted him to be out for 10 games. The Chiefs and Rice pushed back and said, that's insane. Let's have a hearing over this. They did. He agreed not to appeal and to take a 6-game suspension. It'll start right away, which means he'll be back for the Commanders game before the Week 8 matchup.
Really good player. And you could see what they wanted to do with him at the beginning of last year. They had to pivot, talking about the Chiefs, where he was getting featured, he was getting targeted, kind of was growing into the role of their true, honest-to-goodness number 1. I think that's going to happen at some point this year. How soon he's up to speed, probably not great for Washington, how quickly he's able to come back and hit the ground running. But I think I saw a story this offseason that he was practicing like he was going to be playing, even though they knew a suspension was coming. I think Andy Reid and company know that this is not really about September and October. It's about November and beyond for a team that's got Super Bowl aspirations.
So this is something real quick I wanted to end the show with. It's never comfortable to talk about this on air when somebody passes. It means a lot to this area and to me and to a lot of us in the D.C. media. But a guy who worked for many, many years on our website, thefandc.com, and was a legend in the media room, Rick Snyder, tragically passed away this week. Really, really awful. And this is happening, frankly, far too often with some of our buddies in the media corps. But I first met Rick 26 years ago. I was a 10-year-old kid who was credentialed to go to training camp in Frostburg to cover the Redskins. And at that time, there was kind of a binary for me of people who kind of side-eyed me, like, what in the hell is this kid doing here? And then there were people that kind of got a kick out of it and were really, really nice to me. And Rick was certainly in that latter group. And I don't know that anybody's been more supportive, very few people to me over the years. But just thinking about him kind of last night and over these last couple of days, what I've kind of realized is I searched his name in my inbox, and he would just send you these quick little 15, 20-word notes about something he saw that he liked. Or, Rick was a bit of a hard ass, something he saw that he didn't like, too. He had no problem doing that. If he was upset at you, you knew it, and he was going to tell you about it. But he's just old school, man, old school journalist. Way before I was around, like, he kicked butt on the beat for years for the Washington Times, was revered in the media room. And it's just a really unique character that you and I got to know. He's on our show many, many times over the years, but just a good dude and put a lot of work into, making you feel like he was thinking about you. Would just send you these little fun things, whether it was a restaurant he was driving by or, something that was relevant. He would drive through my hometown from time to time. He lived in Southern Maryland. And he would send these things from King George County, but just a tremendous person who meant a lot to a lot of Redskins fans. And you may not even known it, but you were consuming Rick's content over the years, and in some way, I'm sure that meant a lot to him. But thinking about his family and to all of his friends who knew him and were lucky enough to be around him for longer than I was. But I just wanted to before we said goodbye tonight, say that they're in our thoughts.
Yeah, very well put, my friend. I had a teacher many years ago who talked to us about what being a good friend was and friendship. And he was like, it's like tending a garden. And in terms of sometimes it takes painstaking work, sometimes it takes uncomfortable things. And Rick was a great gardener in that way, right? Where, as you said, he'd reach out and share something with you. And I think that was very well put by you. A unique character because, how many guys that are covering the then Redskins, then WFT, then Commanders or whatever, also writing books about presidential beers or giving tours, that with intricate and intimate and incredible knowledge of all things DC, surrounding areas, and the like. Just a unique figure and a unique character. And again, I think you said it very well, thinking about his family at this point. But it's hard not to mark that three different icons in sort of the DC sports landscape. When you kind of look back at Rick Snyder passing here this week, as you put it, John Feinstein over the summer, and our colleague and friend Pete Medhurst as well. Just giants, guys that have been doing this for a really long time, that were part of the furniture, that were staples here. Are just the fact that they're no longer around is just kind of hard to believe, man. It's unfathomable.
And in Rick's case, he went from being at practice out there on the sideline next to us one day to not around.
Yeah.
And I have had people pass in my life. I haven't had anything quite like that, where it's so sudden and so, oh my God, that just happened kind of thing. It's been jarring. But all I can say is I'm thinking his wife is his high school sweetheart. His two daughters are grown with kids. He talked all the time about them and his grandkids, and just can't stop thinking about, what they're going through. But appreciate you guys giving us 2 minutes, Rick style, to end the show today on Grant and Danny. We got a fantasy football draft to get to that we may be late to if traffic
doesn't look great.
Going to cooperate with us. So let's go do that over at Pupatella Pizza in Springfield. Overtime comes your way next on The Fan.
With your sports update on The Fan. This update is presented by PVI Office Furniture. Fast, excellent, affordable. Business grows with PVI. In baseball earlier today, the Nationals fell to the Yankees 11-2, with the Yankees hitting 6 home runs, living up to the Bronx Bombers' nickname. They were swept by the Yankees and have now lost 5 in a row. They have the day off tomorrow before they take on the Rays on Friday for the first of 3. In the NFL, Terry McLaurin back on the practice field today. Dan Quinn said there's absolutely enough time for him to be ready for Week 1 against the Giants. Some practice squad signings today for the Commanders include Sam Hartman, Ja'Cory Brooks, Chris Moore, defensive lineman Jalen Holmes and Sheldon Day. They also signed running back Donovan Edwards. Also in the NFL, Ravens safety Kyle Hamilton signed a 4-year extension, and Chiefs wide receiver Rashee Rice is expected to be suspended 6 games. Looking to upgrade your office game? At PVI, we'll come to you to design the perfect office space for your team. No hassle, no stress, just a game-changing upgrade. Hit a grand slam with PVI Office Furniture when you call today to score 15% off your purchase. Get your office in championship shape at PVI.com. From the Crop Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
Oh, yeah. What's going on, DMV? You know who it is. Youngest in charge movement. Lynnell Willingham here with you live and local on 106.7 The Fan, and always streaming live nationally on the Odyssey app. Ride with me. It'll take you up to 10 o'clock here on this Wednesday night edition of Overtime. Heck of a lot to get to. We'll take your calls at 1-800-636-1067. Terry McLaurin speaking to the D.C. media for the first time after putting pen to paper on his brand new 3-year, $96 million extension that will keep him here in the nation's capital for the foreseeable future. We'll get you the details on Terry McLaurin's extension as we roll throughout the show. But just to start things off here, hearing Terry McLaurin speak this afternoon, music to my ears. Honestly, hearing him speak this afternoon, music to my ears. And I've been saying this really dating back to Saturday when he was participating in the prayer circle. And, of course, that meant a lot more to me than it should have. But ever since Saturday, I've really described the Terry McLaurin situation like this. It feels like after a couple of months of having isolated thunderstorms and torrential downpours and so on and so forth, Saturday, when he participated in the prayer circle with his teammates, that felt like the sun peeking through just a little bit. Clearer skies are on the horizon for the Washington Commanders, specifically this offense, but this team as a whole. One thing we'll talk about as we ease our way into the 7 o'clock hour here is now that Terry McLaurin is under contract, does it change your outlook for the 2025 season? And I'll be real here, whether it's right or not, kind of does change my outlook just a little bit. We'll touch on that as we roll our way into the 7 o'clock hour. A couple of guests going to stop by the program per usual in the 8 o'clock hour. Our pal Kevin Sheen, host of the Kevin Sheen Show, weekdays 10 to 1 on our sister station, the Team 980. He'll join us to give us his thoughts on what we just heard from Adam Peters and Dan Quinn and Terry McLaurin. Some of the details that were divulged, during AP's presser. If we would have found out these things while this process was going on, I think the conversation around McLaurin would have died down a little bit. But it's to the credit of Adam Peters and Dan Quinn, really everybody within the organization. Mike Vrabel went viral late last week for saying that he's going to find out who the rats were in the organization. After years of having things leaked out time and time again, felt like throughout this process there were no leaks. And I think it's what we found out earlier this afternoon, and we'll play you the audio a little bit later on. But Adam Peters talking about, like Terry was in my office every day while this was going on. We didn't know that. Remember all the conversation there was about where the relationship stood between the two sides. The reason that speculation was out there is because until, we got that video of AP and Terry talking on the sideline, a lot of us were under the belief that the two sides weren't talking. And it just kind of is what it is. And I feel like now that this is over and we're going to get some of the details about, what exactly happened and transpired during the process, the best way that I can put it, and I know there's some others out there that feel this way as well after the details were released, this was something that could have got done sooner in the offseason, but you understand that business is business, point blank, period. And I think Adam said this earlier today during the presser, and it's what everyone's been saying throughout the entirety of the process: deadlines spur action. And you were starting to get to a point to where it was like, hey, look, if you don't get a deal done now, you're in jeopardy of him missing the season opener. And I think we all knew that was going to be doomsday, right? And the funniest thing throughout this process, and that's where you all geek me out as fans, every time I tweet something out, it's, I thought you said Terry played his last game as a Commander. I thought you said Terry wasn't going to be here. Give me a break. Fly kite. Things change, right? This is a medium. This is a field where when you get presented with new information, guess what happens? Guess what happens? Psst, your opinion changes. That's how it's supposed to be, right? When you find out new stuff, you'd be a damn fool to continue to feel the same way about a situation. I want to let you hear real quick from Adam Peters, the general manager of the Washington Commanders. Top of the 8 o'clock hour, we will get hot and heavy into the cuts from earlier this afternoon because there was a lot said between Adam Peters, between Dan Quinn, between Terry McLaurin. Right now, though, here is the general manager of your Washington Commanders, Adam Peters, giving his first thoughts on getting the deal done.
First, we'll start with Terry, and so I said in the offseason that we wanted to get something done with Terry and wanted him to be here for the long term, and we're thrilled that we got a chance to do that. And it was really it was a really great day a couple of days ago. First the cool story was we were in my office and just heard a huge commotion outside. And it was just when the players got done doing their run on Monday, and we knew exactly what it was. And it was all the guys congratulating for him for that deal. And then yesterday we got to have Terry and Caitlin come in here to sign, and that was a really neat day too, special day, and it was a lot of fun, a lot of smiles, and it was a really neat deal. And I wanted to thank really our content team, our graphics team, and just everybody who had a part in that. Courtney, our photographer, made that day really special for us, but especially for Terry and Caitlin. And so really thrilled to have that done and have them back out on the field. And as well, really want to thank Terry. And it wasn't always easy, but we had a lot of talks along the way. He came to my office a bunch and really had a lot of cool conversations, and just want to thank him for his professionalism throughout the whole negotiation, and really pumped to be moving forward with him for a long time now.
I just love Adam Peters, by the way. We're saying this to some of the fellas here in studio. He's going to thank everybody. The social media intern getting thanked, right? The person that held the door for Terry McLaurin getting thanked. It's just the type of dude that he is. And it's honestly, we can, poke fun at it and laugh at it and make cringy jokes all we want. Like, it's awesome because this is different. This is different. Like, how available he is to the media, how available Josh Harris is to the media, all different. And it shows the change of the guard that's happened here in the nation's capital. But how can you not be thrilled now that this deal is finally done? The contract details were revealed earlier this afternoon. We will get to those as we roll throughout the show. But the bottom line is this. Through hell or high water, by hook or by crook, a lot of you all felt like at some point Terry McLaurin had to show up and play. He's going to get to do it now with a brand spanking new contract. And I'm happy for him. I think all of you should be happy for him. The one conversation that we're going to get into maybe a little bit later on tonight is, now that the contract details have been revealed, is there a winner? Is there a loser in this situation? And I know what people are going to say, oh, everyone's a winner because Terry McLaurin's back in the uniform. Let's be real here. Terry McLaurin's back in the uniform, but he missed all of training camp. You can't tell me that was the ideal set of circumstances here. So we will get into that difficult conversation in terms of who the winner is here in this situation. But the bottom line is Terry McLaurin back out on the practice field for the Washington Commanders. And it wasn't just Terry out there at wide receiver this afternoon. Noah Brown back on the practice field as well. This offense is going to be special. Point blank. That's really my overarching thought on this, is now you get to see Deebo Samuel and Zach Ertz and those guys be their absolute best, because Zach Ertz couldn't be his best without Terry. Deebo couldn't be his best without Terry. And as we start to creep up on the season opener, it is super, super difficult not to be really, really bullish on what this 2025 could be for the Washington Commanders. Just getting rolling, though, here on this Wednesday night edition of Overtime. You're tapped in to the youngest in Charles, Lynnell Willingham, taking you up to 10 o'clock. Number to call us, 1-800-636-1067. We'll take a quick timeout. When we come back, senior reporter for The Athletic, Diana Rossini. She's got a podcast called Scoop City. On yesterday's episode, Diana revealed where Terry McLaurin's camp started at with these negotiations. And you're not going to want to miss this number because let's just say Terry McLaurin and company, as they should, shot for the moon right out of the gate. We'll let you hear from Diana Rossini next. This is The Fan. Just getting rolling here on this Wednesday night edition of Overtime. You're tapped in to the youngest in Charles and Willingham. We'll take you up to 10 o'clock. A heck of a lot to get to here on this Wednesday night edition of Overtime. We will get into the contract details for one Terry McLaurin. He spoke to the local media earlier this afternoon. We'll let you hear some of that as well. Top of the 8 o'clock hour, Adam Peters and Dan Quinn, they addressed the media too. We'll give you the best from their press conference as well before practice. This Commanders' final 53-man roster is now intact. They've also put together a 14-member practice squad. There are 17 available spots. Washington only choosing to use 14 of them. We'll get into that coming up top of the 7 o'clock hour. Right now, though, our guy Rob is in Haymarket wanting to chime in. Rob, what's going on?
Hey, Lynnell, I hear you smiling over the radio, bro.
Yes, sir. I'm cheesing from ear to ear, man.
Man, you sound excited. Listen, I'm just glad all the drama is over. You know, you mentioned, all that negative publicity, but, that low road was really paved by Terry, going on Eastern Motors. And, man, I'm so glad we have a front office today that can think about the Commanders being champions for years.
Right.
And
Definitely.
building in that way. And at the same time, they showed respect for the young man for what he's done. So if there is a winner, I think it's our organization. And I think ultimately it's the fans, man, because we have a lot to look forward to in the future.
I definitely agree with it, Rob. You put it beautifully, my friend. I hope you're able to enjoy the rest of your night, brother. Rob just kind of scratched the itch for me because we're all winners. We are all winners. I think the Commanders are the big winners at the end of the day because this team with McLaurin on the field and without McLaurin on the field, night and day difference. Night and day difference. But as we get into the details of the contract, and we'll do that as we roll throughout the 7 o'clock hour, it just feels like to me, genuinely, that like everybody won. Everybody won. Washington's not breaking the bank. They're not hurting themselves financially down the line. And then for Terry McLaurin, when you really break down the deal, he's a tick under $30 million per year annually. And to me, said this back with Grant Paulson like 2 or 3 weeks ago, I thought it was totally disrespectful for the AAV on his deal to not start with a 3. Now, technically, it's 29 point something, so it technically doesn't start with a 3, but they got as close as they possibly could. The one thing that I continue to go back to throughout this process is the lack of leaks that came out from Washington's camp. The lack of leaks that came out from Washington's camp. And I know I'm not even 100% certain in that because there were leaks that came out throughout this process. I'm going to assume that those leaks were coming from McLaurin's camp because throughout this process, man, it was really viewed and put to us that, things are messy. Two sides aren't too thrilled with each other. I'm learning in real time just as you all are. Here's the other thing that we don't really talk about here. I'll say the quiet part out loud, right? We're simply not accustomed to going through a high-profile negotiation like this. Why? Because nobody's been worth it. Nobody's been worth it. So the fact that Terry McLaurin is worth this money, is worth this type of fight, I think it's a good thing for all parties involved. And I think the way that Adam Peters and company handled it, may have frustrated some of us how long it took, but the fact that they got to this point when they did, I think is huge. 1-800-636-1067 is the number. I told you we let you hear from Diana Rossini of Scoop City. We'll do that coming up on the other side of the break. We're way over the clock here. In this 7 o'clock hour, we'll take a look at the Commanders' final 53-man roster. We'll look at the practice squad, and we'll also take a look at this. I think the depth of this team has improved at certain spots, but it's still something that I worry about. But guess what? That is okay. 1-800-636-1067. We'll take a quick timeout. When we come back, we will let you hear from Diana Rossini of The Athletic. She's got some insider information about just how high of a number Terry and his camp came in with initially when it comes to these contract negotiations. All that and more coming up next here on Overtime. Just getting rolling here on this Wednesday night edition of Overtime. You're tapped in. The youngest in Charles, Lynnell Willingham, will take you up to 10 o'clock. Just had to say goodbye to the DOC, Rick Doc Walker. Always an eventful conversation with him. Check him out tomorrow, 4 to 7, over on the Burgundy and Gold today on the Team 980. A lot more to get to, though, here tonight, man. This has been an eventful afternoon in terms of football, nationally, locally. If you're just now joining us, earlier this afternoon, Adam Peters, Dan Quinn addressing the media right before practice, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, right before practice. And, you know, it's their state of the offseason address. They did this last year right before the start of the regular season. It's their cut-down day address, I guess, is how I should be phrasing it. But coming up top of the 8 o'clock hour, we'll let you hear the best from that conversation. But I think all in all, I said at the start of the show, if the last couple of weeks have been like, you know, isolated thunderstorms and a torrential downpour, ever since Saturday, I'm going to go back to Saturday. That's when I'm going to really say things changed a little bit. Because my vibe changed when I saw Terry McLaurin in the prayer circle. And I know what some of y'all are saying. What the hell does a prayer circle have to do with anything with a contract, so on and so forth? It let me know that, you know what? Despite him being upset, despite him being disgruntled, maybe we are getting closer. Because you don't show up to the game Saturday and participate in the prayer circle if you ain't getting a little bit closer. Because I'll be honest with you. Y'all, if y'all been listening to me, I know how I feel. The fact that he didn't show up for the Bengals game, that was definitely something that was on my mind that made me go, uh-oh, where are things going from here? But I think him showing up Saturday to the game was awesome. Made me feel a little bit better. And then participating in the prayer circle. As stupid as it may sound to you all, it was something that moved the needle for me. So Terry McLaurin back in the fold. The sun starting to shine a little bit for the 2025 Washington Commanders. And one thing we'll ask as we roll into the 8 o'clock hour, now that this deal is done, has your outlook for 2025 changed at all? And just a little quick teaser here. It has a little bit. And I'm curious to get you all's, answers on this at 1-800-636-1067. Before we get into that, though, a couple of housekeeping notes we got to get to. Right now, I want to let you hear from Diana Rossini, senior writer for The Athletic, also the host of the Scoop City podcast. You can download that wherever you get your podcast. Diana Rossini, longtime NFL insider, pretty plugged in around the National Football League. She had some really good insight into these Terry McLaurin contract negotiations. And, the one thing that's always been interesting about this process is that folks have said, well, Terry started too high or the Commander started too low. As I said in the opening segment, I haven't heard a lot of leaks from Washington's point of view, but this is a leak coming from, I would assume, Terry McLaurin's camp or somebody throughout this process. Diana Rossini giving us some insight as to just how high of a number Terry was initially asking for.
Conversations between Terry's camp and the Washington Commanders began back at the Combine. And this just seems like it was harder than it probably had to be. And I'm sure we'll get into the dissection of maybe this could have just been done a little sooner. But we know that Terry was shooting for the moon right out of the gate. Their asking price initially was somewhere around 41 billion a year.
Whoa.
And, now they land, here in the low 30s. And look, that's what a negotiation is, right? You ask for top money. And you hope to get somewhere. And obviously the Washington Commanders didn't believe that he was worth at the top of the market, but they were able to come to an agreement, which from what I can gather talking to both sides of this, everyone seems just absolutely thrilled that this was ironed out and agreed to.
Did you hear James Palmer's audible? Whoa, 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 whoa. Yeah. Yeah, whoa. So according to Diana Rossini, this is nutty. Terry asked for a contract from a AAV standpoint, according to Diana Rossini, that would have reset the market. Right now, the highest paid wide receiver in terms of AAV is Jamar Chase with the Cincinnati Bengals, $40.2 million per is what the average of his contract is. According to Diana, Terry was asking for $41 million per year on average. Huh? But here's the thing. I had that reaction when I first heard that clip, but then I thought a little bit. Well, it's the art of negotiation. And because I am a young 27-year-old that hasn't brokered any type of big type of deal in my life, that's just the art of negotiation. You start high, you shoot for the moon so that you're able to fall somewhere in the middle here. And I think for Terry McLaurin, getting to a point where you got, $30 million per, I think is a win for McLaurin. I also think it's a win for the Washington Commanders in terms of where it puts him in terms of wide receiver salary in the National Football League. Brandon Ayuk averages $30 million per. Tyreek Hill averages $30 million per. And I always felt like that it had to start at $30 million per because T. Higgins, who was the highest paid number 2 wide receiver in the NFL, his AAV was 28.7. Terry's not a number 2. So paying him like a number 2, 1, would have been super disrespectful, but 2, just wouldn't have made a whole lot of sense. So happy that the deal ultimately got done. The big question that I have now is where do we go from here? Where do we go from here? It feels like, and maybe this is just me being optimistic, I guess, I hope this group is able to hit the ground running offensively because the number one reason why I've always felt like, Washington needed McLaurin more than McLaurin needed Washington, the functionality of this offense minus Terry McLaurin, I had question marks about it. I had major question marks about it. So I've said this all throughout this process. I think Deebo Samuel is going to be a godsend for this offense next year. And I think based off of what we've been able to see in camp, how he's been used as a traditional wide receiver is really what gets me eager and excited about next year. But in terms of Deebo, Austin Eckler, and I think most importantly, right, Zach Ertz, those guys could not be the best version of themselves, right, without Terry McLaurin being on the field, right, without having that legitimate vertical threat that keeps defensive coordinators up at night, without having that guy that dictates coverage where you got to shade a safety over to his side. Without Terry, that guy does not exist for the Washington Commanders. And, by and large, it would have made everyone's lives more difficult. Now that Terry's back in the fold, the dude who I think is going to be the biggest beneficiary, I think it's one or two guys. I look at Zach Ertz and I look at Deebo Samuel. And I look at both of those guys for two different reasons. For Zach Ertz, here's why I think he is one of the biggest beneficiaries. When you talk about spacing over the middle of the field, the best way that I can describe this, right? Without Terry McLaurin, they would be trying to function offensively with red zone-like spacing is the best way that I would put it. Because without Terry, it's man-to-man coverage across the board. It's a single high safety. It's 8 in the box, and you just deal with it. With Terry, though, you got to play too high. You can't stack the box, and you probably have to shade a safety to Terry McLaurin's side because all my football junkies out there understand this. When you see Terry McLaurin, when 17 is in one-on-one coverage on the perimeter, you know where the football's going. And I think Jaden Daniels knows that. I think Cliff knows that. I think Terry knows that. So I think bringing him back into the saddle here, uber important, and it's something that, I hope we don't have to deal with for a long time. But here's the thing, and I said that to kind of give you all some tougher news. The Terry contract, think about this, right? Terry was stalwart before this regime got here. Instrumental in the community, uber productive, didn't matter who the quarterback was. They found it difficult to pay him. How do you think it's going to go when Laramie Tunsil's up for a new deal? When, Dorrance Armstrong, Frankie Louvu, Biotish, and et cetera are up for a new deal. How do you think it's ultimately going to go? So one thing I learned about AP and company throughout this process, and it's sort of a love-hate type of thing. I hated the fact that this thing dragged out the way that it did. but I love the fact that we have responsible decision makers within the front office that weren't going to jeopardize the future of this franchise for 2025. So definitely excited about that. 1-800-636-1067 is the number. Let's go to Wade in Southeast wants to chime in. What's up, Wade?
Hey, man, thank you for taking my call, man. Dang, sometimes you be sitting on wait. You don't know if your call is going to be accepted or not. But one thing I was going to say that I knew this Terry deal was going to get done is off the Art Monk, the video they had, like letting Art Monk know that we're going to honor you in the ring of in the stadium. He said, and then you got to go back and look at it. But he said we're going to honor ours. Once he said that, as a wide receiver's position that Art Monk played, you already knew that's Terry McLaurin. Okay. Next, you got a celebration for Santana Moss, the cowboy killer himself. You know they about to sign Terry McLaurin. Why was everybody so scared? It's a business. That's what the sign got.
Wade coming off with the attitude of, see, I told you so. Wade, we appreciate you as always, man. Enjoy the rest of your night. 1-800-636-1067. Anthony is out in D.C. What's up, Anthony?
Yo.
What's going on, Play? How you doing, man?
Doc think you didn't know what you was doing. You knew exactly what you was doing.
Hey, man. See what I did? Though? See, I got them lines lit up, right? It's a method to my madness, Anthony. You know what I'm talking about.
You knew exactly what you was doing. As far as the contract goes, me personally, I thought he would have got more guaranteed money. But if he's happy, I'm happy.
Yeah.
Because when it's all said and done, the one constant thing is the team.
Right.
Players come and go. I mean, we get attached to them, yeah, but I'm always going to be a Commanders fan, Redskins fan. So, like I said, he signed it. If he's happy with it, I'm happy for him. But I would have thought maybe 50 would have been.
In terms of the guarantees? Yeah, it's going to be interesting. And we'll go through the details of the contract as we roll throughout the show. Appreciate you as always, Anthony. Enjoy the rest of your night, brother. Yeah, we'll go through the details as we roll throughout the show here, because there is an argument to be made that, was it worth holding out to get this? But I think the bottom line is Terry's happy, the team's happy, and we all should be happy because finally the conversation can shift from AAV and guaranteed money and so on and so forth, age, to football. Speaking of football, we're going to talk football on the other side of the break. The Commanders finalized their 53-man roster and they put the practice squad together. We'll go through that coming up on the other side of the break, and then I'll ask you this question at 1-800-636-1067. What is the position group? What position group on this football team, when you look at the depth, you go, ugh, and you're a little bit concerned about it? We'll take your calls on that next. This is The Fan. 1-800-636-1067 is the number. You tweet at me as well. It is at NELL_PTP. You're tapped into the youngest in Charles and Willingham. I'll take you up to 10 o'clock. Coming up in the 8 o'clock hour, our pal Kevin Sheen going to join the program, the host of the Kevin Sheen Show, weekdays 10 to 1 on our sister station, the Team 980. Always good catching up with Kevin. One thing to me, one thing to me that really gets me, about is just putting a bow on the Terry McLaurin conversation here. The one thing that's got me throughout the entirety of this process, and I'm glad that we've been able to put this to bed so we can kind of move on from it. Never during this process, while disagreeing with both parties, talking about Terry and the organization, it was so frustrating and annoying to hear, oh, AP is so stupid and such a dumb general manager and his draft picks are bad. That's why he's not paying Terry. And then this is the other thing that really irritated me. Oh, Terry McLaurin is so greedy and Terry McLaurin is this and Terry McLaurin is that. You can have your disagreement about the way the process is going without trying to, take a big you-know-what on both of the guys involved. You just didn't have to do that. So I'm glad we have finally put this to bed. I want to get into the Commanders' final 53-man roster because this interests me. If you were with us Saturday, right after the preseason finale went final, I gave you my 53-man roster projection. And I made another one on Monday. And the one thing that I was torn about, a couple of things, rather, that I was torn about when it came to the final 53 was, one, how many quarterbacks were they ultimately going to keep? That was a big question of mine. They ultimately went with 3 quarterbacks. I'll be real here. Don't know if Josh Johnson earned his way onto this final 53. I thought he was much better day in and day out during practice than he was compared to his performances during these 3 games. But obviously there's a familiarity there and a comfortability with a veteran like Josh Johnson. So they say, you know what? Let's just keep him here on the final 53. Washington going with 3 quarterbacks. That was a little bit of a surprise to me. And I know based off of some convos on social media, a lot of you felt that 2 quarterbacks was the way to go. I thought Jeff Driscoll was going to ultimately get a call, whether or not Washington went with 3 quarterbacks or not. They go with 4 running backs. We all know who the suspects are in that room: Austin Eckler, Jeremy McNichols, Bill Merritt, Chris Rodriguez. This running back room, while I'm excited about it, right, because we think Bill's got the goods to be a dynamic back in this league, we know Chris Rodriguez is going to be that hammer, first and second down back, and get the short red zone opportunities. We know what Austin Eckler can do with the football in his hands as a receiver as well as a running back. And then Jeremy McNichols, really to me, the jack of all trades, gives you everything you want in pass pro, runs hard in between the tackles, and then is the threat with the ball in his hands as well. As much as I am a fan of the running back room, and I think this team is as well, word to Doc Walker, running back room outside of Eckler hasn't busted a grape, hasn't done anything. So there is a sense of uncertainty with that room. That's just being honest about it. That's not me being a hater or anything like that. That's just being real. It's a relatively unproven group. And the other thing to me, and I love me some Bill Krosky-Merritt. I think he has the goods. The one question that I have with him is after the 2 preseason games that we saw him in, New England and then Cincinnati, the following practices right after the game, he's in a black non-contact jersey. And then he didn't play at all in the preseason finale. So you have to wonder about durability. Can he hold up for a 17-game regular season? And I think this is the big part of, you got to have multiple guys here in this backfield that can carry the load, because I don't think Bill Merritt is ready for, 17 to 20 carries week in and week out. I just don't know if his body is up for it. He's a tough dude. You can just tell that just by talking to him. But you got to prioritize health, and you want him to be ready to go down the stretch as well. So the running back room, a little bit interesting to me when it comes to the Washington Commanders. The receiver room, they go with 5 wide receivers instead of 6. The one thing that kind of gets me, right, I would have went with 6 probably, but I get the way the numbers game played out here. Terry McLaurin, Noah Brown, Deebo Samuel, Luke McCaffrey, Jalen Lane. Noah Brown, and I love Noah Brown as much as an X-Man does. I thought Terry did a really nice job highlighting earlier this afternoon. Noah's just first team all adversity, man. Been through a lot, overcome a lot. I can always get down with a dude like that because I'm the same way here. The one thing I'll say, though, about Noah, and I'm not trying to comfort the kid, hadn't been healthy at all throughout the entirety of his career. So relying on him week in and week out, I think is a very dangerous proposition, and it's a big reason why I would have been comfortable keeping 6 guys on the active roster. Now, here's the thing. You're always going to have your practice squad call-ups on that Friday or Saturday, rather, is when I think it comes out, and that'll let you know if a guy's going to be active or inactive on game day. So I understand that. Adding Terry to this room changes the dynamic for me, right? Bringing him in this room changes the dynamic. We've talked about it really for the past couple of weeks in terms of just his impact, from a schematic X's and O standpoint. I thought it was huge. The tight end room was interesting. They went with 4 tight ends. Colson Yankoff makes the final 53. I wonder if he did not have that 52-yard catch and run, would they have felt like, maybe he's a guy that we can sneak onto the practice squad. But obviously, that's a moot point at this point. As Colson Yankoff makes the final 53. The offensive line, they go with 9 cats: Tunsil, Brandon Coleman, Tyler Biotish, Nick Allegretti, Andrew Wiley, Josh Connerly, George Faint, Chris Paul, and Trent Scott. Here is the thing about the offensive line group. I love this group. I think it's one of their deepest positions on the team. If there was one question, one issue that I would have about this Commanders offensive line, where is the backup center? I know Nick Allegretti is currently penciled in to be that guy. Based on what we saw from him in camp as the backup center, the most important part of the job, and I played center in high school, I played center in Little League. So snapping the ball is the most important thing. The issue that Allegretti has had, and it's a hard job. First of all, center is one of the hardest positions in the NFL. To think about snapping and then having to go block is tough. Zin's World types Paul played well as the backup center in preseason. Chris Paul did not get any reps as backup center in preseason, so I don't know what you're talking about there. But Nick Allegretti snapping the football, to me, is the issue. I would have definitely been down to bring in a guy on the practice squad or keep a guy on my final 53 that has that ability. Because right now, if Tyler Biotish goes out, it is Nick Allegretti that is going to slot in, excuse me, as that backup center. I would think that they're going to sign somebody if they do get into an injury situation. I think it's something where they sign a guy off the street and, allow him to be a part of the mix as well. But other than that, I love this offensive line. George Faint, just a veteran at the tackle spot. I love the depth. I think Chris Paul, the summer that he had, if you do want to give some love to Chris Paul, I dated it. If you go back to my first OTA recap video, first guy I highlighted, Chris Paul came back looking different. Came back looking totally different from a body composition standpoint. Looked way trimmer. That's a good thing, right? You love to see guys taking care of their bodies and so on and so forth, man. Like that to me is awesome. So he is probably going to be your first interior lineman off the bench. He can play either guard spot. He's even got some tackle versatility. I love having him. Here's the thing, right, with like a common thread here of the backup linemen they kept. Chris Paul, Trent Scott, Andrew Wiley may or may not be a backup. But all 3 of those guys that I just named, Paul, Trent Scott, and Andrew Wiley, can play guard and tackle. Like, that's the thing to me that I pick up what you're putting down, fellas. I love this. I think there's a ton of versatility with that group. The defensive line group is also interesting. The biggest questions I had going into cut down day about the D-line, 2 real questions that stood out. After not playing throughout the entirety of the preseason until the finale and not practicing much during camp, I wondered, do they feel like they can sneak Javonte Jean-Baptiste onto the practice squad? That was a big question that I had. The other question was this: will they keep 5 or 4 interior defensive linemen? They end up keeping 8 guys, and they kept 4 interior defensive linemen. Javon Kinlaw, Deron Payne, Drazon Newton, and then Eddie Goldman making this team after coming out of retirement. So they went with 4, and Javonte Jean-Baptiste ended up making this final 53 as well. We'll get to the guys on the practice squad coming up here in a moment, but it's a D-line group that is interesting, is how I would describe it. I like the starters. Big fan of this group. I worry about their depth on the interior. right? Javon Kinlaw, if you want to talk about, and I know we spent this offseason calling Marshawn Lattimore that dude, and I don't know if it really made sense or not. In terms of the guys on this defense that have the most pressure on him, I think Javon Kinlaw, whether it's fair or not, is the guy with the most pressure on him going into the regular season. If he does not pan out, right? If he does not pan out at defensive tackle, you are going to be in trouble. You may be in trouble even if he does pan out. Because I'm not sure how big of a fan I am of the depth, right? Like Eddie Goldman's a feel-good story. I don't know how many snaps I want him playing week in and week out. Johnny Newton is a dude, love his attitude, love the work ethic. Either you got it or you don't. And I think for him, it's still about getting bigger and stronger and changing, his body composition up a little bit, because I worry about him having the anchor versus a double team. How much yards is he going to give up? Is he going to get blown off of the football? That is my concern a lot of the time with Jazam when he is on the field. But outside of that, man, I think it's a pretty decent group as Washington choosing to go with 8 defensive linemen. The linebacker position was awesome. I love what Grant had to say about this yesterday. I thought he hit it right on the head. They end up going with 7 linebackers total. Bobby Wagner, Frankie Louvu. I counted Von Miller on my 53 as an edge rusher, but Von, Jordan McGee, Nick Bellore, Kane Madrano, and then Ali Cahoe, the undrafted free agent out of UCLA. I was clamoring about him all throughout, camp. And then when I saw him in that second preseason game against Cincy, I didn't think he stood out in the first preseason game or just didn't notice him as much. But, he plays the linebacker position the right way. Downhill with reckless abandon, not afraid to put his face mask on anybody. See ball, get ball is what you get from Ali Cahoe. And I'll be real, right? And I know I've heard, seen several different guys come on different shows and talk about dudes. Linebacker depth is interesting to me. I thought Jordan McGee, another cat that's just struggled to stay off of his trainer's table throughout his first year plus here in the NFL, you put your hands together and pray to the Lord that he gets healthy, and it's something that, we don't get to or don't have to worry about here as the season goes on. But with Jordan McGee, looked good in the opening series, but then after that, guess what it was? Sucking wind, tired. That's what happens when you don't get to practice each and every day, right? Like point blank, that's what happens when you don't get to practice each and every day. So I do have some question marks about the depth at linebacker, because Jordan McGee, while I know the coaching staff loves him, I have some concerns about what type of football shape is he in. Because Saturday he looked gassed, point blank. But remember last year what the conversation was. If he didn't get hurt, you would have saw more of that traditional 4-3, defense more and more. I think them using Frankie Louvu more as an edge rusher opens the door for McGee to get more snaps and more opportunity at linebacker. But he's another guy that's got to show it, man. But ultimately love that Ali Cahoe makes his football team. A dude that showed well for himself throughout this offseason. The Kane Madrano conversation is interesting to me. I'm going to say something that's going to probably rub some people the wrong way, but it's just the way that I feel watching stuff. If you had asked me right now to have a linebacker come in to the football game, I would take Ali Cahoe over Kane Madrano. I just think he plays the game faster than Kane Madrano does. And maybe as Kane becomes more familiar with the NFL, that will change. But I like Ali Cahoe right now a little bit more than I actually like Kane Madrano. The thing that I love, though, both of those guys making your 53, your special teams unit should be bad ass. They should be lethal on special teams. And that is something that I know that they pride themselves on, and it gives me a whole lot of confidence moving forward. 1-800-636-1067 is the number. You can tweet at me as well. It is at NELL_BTP. We will take a quick timeout. When we come back, we'll open up the phones on this. Just went through the final 53-man roster. What position group's depth gives you the most concern? I'll give my take on that as well coming up on the other side. Plus, we'll take a look at this Washington Commanders practice squad. There's one guy that made the practice squad that we all know probably doesn't deserve the job. Tell you who that is next. This is The Fan. 1-800-636-1067 is the number. You can tweet at me as well. It is at NELL_BTP, taking up the 10 o'clock here on this Wednesday night edition of Overtime. What we're taking your calls on right now is this. I think the depth of this football team has certainly improved at certain spots, but it's still something that I worry about. If I'm being honest, the depth of this football team is still something that I worry about. But here's the thing. I can worry about it all I want, but it's okay that the depth is bad. Right? This is a byproduct of failed draft after failed draft after failed draft from Ron Rivera and the Marty Party, the folks that were making decisions around here before Adam Peters and company got here to town. That's why I have no problem moving on from a Brian Robinson or a Jahan Dotson or an Emmanuel Forbes or a John Allen or a Dante Fowler. Contrary to what we've seen in the past, this front office consistently looking to make this football team better. And that's the best part about it to me. That's why, well, yeah, you grow a personal attachment to certain cats and so on and so forth. When you got to move them, you got to move them. And I know a lot of us, we're indifferent about certain moves that this organization's made, trading Jahan Dotson, trading Brian Robinson Jr., but it's all about making this football team better. The question I have is this, though, at 1-800-636-1067. Is definitely something that is a little bit of a question mark. But honestly, that's really what it means. 1-800-636-1067. So I think the one thing that I'm happy about, or the one group that I'm happy about from a depth standpoint, I love the depth along the offensive line. Also, I'm a big fan of the depth in the secondary as well. So much so, right? They're a fan of their depth too. They were getting calls on Noah Igbenogany, right? There's a guy that started games for you and is now going to be your fifth corner. I think that for sure is a good thing. 1-800-636-1067 is the number. What position group on this football team, in terms of depth, are you most concerned about? 1-800-636-1067. Alex is in Silver Spring. What's up, Alex?
What's up, Lynnell? Thanks for taking my call, my
Yes,
brother.
indeed, man. I appreciate you.
I know we go with a lot of fourths and and the kicker hardly punts and also field goals, but I think it's the kicker. Like everybody else is saying, I think, but it's the kicker, and you just hit the other one. Is the center. The center, just in case, God forbid, main center goes down. But man, what I enjoy, man, is the running backs.
Yeah.
Man, Crosby, man, correct me if I'm wrong. He's got a little bit of Jahmyr Gibbs and Le'Veon Bell.
That's a hell of a compliment. I don't know if I'm willing to go that far, but I get the point that you're trying to make. Definitely brings an explosive element to this Washington Commanders backfield that, quite frankly, they desperately need it. So I totally agree with you, and I appreciate the call as always, Alex. Make sure you have a good night, brother. 1-800-636-1067 is the number. Continuing to take your calls on this. The depth for the Washington Commanders, spotty at a couple of different positions. What position group's depth concerns you the most? 1-800-636-1067. Your calls on that next. 1-800-636-1067 is the number. You can tweet at me as well. It is at NELL_BTP. You're tapped into the youngest in Charles and Willingham. Taking up the 10 o'clock here on this Wednesday night edition of Overtime. Coming up in about a half hour, about Kevin Sheen going to join the program, the host of the Kevin Sheen Show, which you can check out weekdays 10 to 1 over on our sister station, the Team 980. Coming up in the final hour, ESPN NFL analyst Dan Orlovsky going to join the program. Get his thoughts on the Terry McLaurin contract extension, plus the outlook for the 2025 Washington Commanders. Right now, though, taking your calls at 1-800-636-1067. The question is this. I'll be real, right? Like, I've got some real concerns and question marks about the depth at certain spots on this football team. The question is this. What position group's depth concerns you the most? And for me, it's no slight to this group. For me, the depth at wide receiver has always been a concern. But I think the other one that I've kind of unearthed here and really started to talk about more, the interior of the defensive line, especially when you consider how big it's going to be that Washington gets better at stopping the run this year. Last year, third worst in the National Football League in terms of rushing yards allowed before contact, meaning their big boys up front were getting blown off of the football. Well, the doctor orders Javon Kinlaw, Dietrich Wise, Eddie Goldman to come in here and help solidify this team's run defense. I said it in the last segment. I'll reiterate it here again. And look, talking about things through the lens of pressure, I think is fool's gold at times, because sometimes you're saying the quiet part out loud or the obvious part, I guess. The dude with the most pressure on him on this football team is Javon Kinlaw. He's got to pan out. He's got to pan out. And I differ from what a lot of you have said. What a lot of you have said is, why did they overpay, especially during the Terry stuff? Why did they overpay Javon Kinlaw? They didn't overpay Javon Kinlaw at all. When you talk about his position group in the AAV, the average annual salary, like, he's near the bottom, right? Like, in terms of AAV, Javon Kinlaw tied for the 23rd highest AAV in the NFL. So they're not paying him too much. But when you think about the lack of pedigree here, he is a guy that is a former number 14 overall pick, and he just has not been as good as he's supposed to be. Point blank. Now, I believe that here in the nation's capital, there's something in the water, right, out in Ashburn, to where they're getting the most out of guys. Like, think about how many guys came in here last year and finally lived up to their billing. There's one guy in particular, man. Noah Igbenogany is a former first-round pick, y'all. Hadn't looked like it for much of his career, but he comes here to Washington last year, and then boom, it's like he's got a jetpack strapped to his back, and he takes off. So I have confidence that, yes, this is going to be a situation where, Javon Kinlaw is a little bit better. But how much better is he? And, like, that's not really my question here. The depth at that group, Jazon Newton, Eddie Goldman, those are the first two guys off the bench. Is Johnny Newton going to take a step forward in year number 2? We understand what last year was about for him, right? 2 surgically repaired feet, not getting the chance to really get better this offseason, but he had to worry about rehabbing. Now that is on the back burner, what are you going to get from him? Because let's just remember this about Jazon Newton. This is a young man that was billed as a first-round pick. If it wasn't for the injuries to the lower body, he more than likely would have been a first-round pick. So the fact that, we're now in year 2, the expectations are sky high, whether it's fair or not. 1-800-636-1067 is the number. What position group's depth concerns you the most here on the Washington Commanders? For me, it's the interior defensive line and wide receiver. What say you? 1-800-636-1067. Tyler is in Richmond. Wants to chime in. What's up, Tyler?
What's going on? How you doing?
I'm good, man. How you doing?
I'm doing well. My answer to this question would be the secondary, only because we've only seen a small sample size of the key players. But as the season starts and the ones start playing with the ones. I think that you're going to see. I think you're going to see a bigger size of key players, and as we get into the season, we'll have a better idea of what we have.
Yeah, I totally agree. Appreciate you as always, Tyler. 1-800-636-1067. Sean is in Winchester. Want to chime in? What's up, Sean?
What's going on, youngest in charge?
What's going on,
You're the
brother,
perfect
man?
one
How
to
are you?
talk to, man. We're the oldest team in the league.
Well, there you go.
I haven't looked it up. I don't know the stats on it, but I mean, I just talked to the producer, and he said like the youngest is like 28.1 or something. You know,
the average for the team is 28.1 this year.
That's 2 years. I mean, I guess at 30, people no longer can play football. I don't, that's just like with the Terry McLaurin thing. I don't see it. I mean, I watched Tom Brady play up until his 40s at the biggest position in football. You know what I mean? So
I don't
know where
I think the age of the team is skewed because you have a lot of guys that are some of the oldest in the NFL at their position. If you took Austin Eckler, Zach Ertz, Bobby Wagner, and Von Miller off of this football team, they wouldn't be considered the oldest. Not even close. They're a relatively young group.
How about this? What if this year they come out and produce the same way they produced last year?
I'd re-sign them again. Honestly. I mean, at some point,
so we'd be the second oldest team for 2 years running.
Well, at some point, Sean, I think what we got to realize is that they have outkicked their coverage in year one. This is the way that you move when you have a top 5 quarterback on a rookie contract.
Exactly. You got the youngest man in charge running a team of old guys. But at some point, we got built through the draft. You got to give them time.
Right.
But
I think that last
30,
part, what you said, is huge, is building through the draft. It's why your Jordan McGee's and your Luke McCaffreys and your Zahn Newtons and so on and so forth have to pan out because the depth of this football team not good because Ron Rivera and company couldn't draft well. Now it's going to be on Adam Peters and company to build out the base of this roster.
Look what happened to Jamin Davis.
Another guy, yeah. It just kind of is what it is.
I had high hopes in him, man. I thought he was going to be our next LeVar Arrington.
Well, come on, Sean. I appreciate you as always. Hope you enjoy the rest of your night. 1-800-636-1067. We'll take a quick timeout. When we come back, Adam Peters and Dan Quinn addressing the D.C. media earlier this afternoon. We'll let you hear some of what they had to say next. This is The Fan. 1-800-636-1067 is the number. You can tweet at me as well. It is at NELL_BTP. You're tapped in. The youngest in charge, Lynnell Willingham, taking you up to 10 o'clock tonight here on this Wednesday night edition of Overtime. If you want to keep the conversation going with me on social media, it is at NELL_BTP. Kevin Sheen going to join us coming up in about 25 minutes. Right now, though, the big event, the big news from earlier this afternoon, Terry McLaurin addressing the D.C. media. But before that happened, Adam Peters and Dan Quinn addressing the D.C. media. A couple of cuts that I want to get to here that we'll break down and try to sift through. Well, what did they actually mean by that? One thing that, we really, or that I've been concerned about that's like non-Terry, the Brian Robinson trades, cut number 8, ironically enough. It is cut number 8. Here is Adam Peters on just how the Brian Robinson trade came about.
Yeah, there's a lot that goes into something like that. One, there's, interest around the league. There's, the competition we have in that room, which we thought, was a really good competition throughout. And so, when, you start breaking things down and you understand, Brian's going to be a free agent after the year, and he's making a little bit more money than some of the other guys in that room, and just understanding like, okay, you're going to have to make a tough decision. And Brian's done a great job for this organization. He's been through a lot here, and to his credit, he was really going for it again. And he had a great off season. He was in great shape, and it wasn't really anything overly. It was just all positive. It was just the fact that we felt really confident in the other guys in that room. So when we had the ability to get something for him, we decided to go ahead and do that.
Look, I think the B-Rob trade, as we had talked about earlier this afternoon, definitely something that kind of felt like it came out of nowhere. Credit our pal Ben Standig, who was kind of the first one to say, or the first one to go out on a limb and say, maybe, just maybe, he is someone that's not going to be around. Adam Peters just talked about it, though. I think the financial stuff is really what made this deal go through. I'll say this, though. As far as Brian Robinson Jr. goes, he is someone that I definitely think is still one of the better backs in the National Football League. I know there's just this overarching thought here locally that trash is how some of you all describe Brian Robinson Jr. I think you'd be a damn fool to describe him that way. You don't hear other people that actually follow this describe him that way. Brian Baldinger, glowing thoughts about Brian Robinson Jr. Those big power backs are few and far between in today's NFL. So having a guy like that on your roster definitely benefits you. Dan Orlovsky, I thought was pretty bullish on Brian Robinson Jr. And, it's not a guy that you should just be wanting to give away. Washington getting a 6th-round pick in return for him is interesting. The one question that I have, is there any chance that the Commanders are going to have seller's remorse on a guy like Brian Robinson Jr.? We'll ultimately see as the season rolls on here, but we talked about the depth at the running back spot. Outside of Austin Eckler, a bunch of unproven dudes in that running back room. So it is going to be interesting to see just how this thing ultimately plays out. A little bit more of Adam Peters on the Terry McLaurin front. One of the big questions that I had was, are they going to get this thing done in time for him to be able to play in week number 1? It is Adam Peters, cut number 5. Here is the GM of the Commanders on his concern level that the deal wasn't going to be done in time.
I think you always like, at least for me, I think about this could get done tomorrow, or this could not get done and linger into the season. But I think throughout the conversations that we had with Terry's agent, Buddy Baker, and then the conversations that I had with Terry, as we got closer and closer, there's a lot more optimism, at least within myself. And it's just, you don't want to get too optimistic or pessimistic, but as we got closer, it started feeling pretty good.
That is Adam Peters on his concern level when it came to whether they get a deal done in time for week 1. Deadline spur action. But look, y'all know how I felt about this situation. I thought there was a chance of where this didn't get done before the season opener. And I thought if it didn't get done by the start of the opener, that, Terry McLaurin would be willing to sit out a game or two if he had to prove a point. But obviously it does not get to that point. Terry McLaurin putting pen to paper a couple of days ago when it comes to this extension here in D.C. We talked about it earlier, the big winners here in this situation. I think it's the team. Having him and then getting him ramped up for week 1, I think is huge because the outlook of this season, whether it's fair or not, definitely changes. If you're going to have Terry McLaurin for 17 versus not. 1-800-636-1067 is the number. I think this was our guy JP Finley that asked this question. Is AP cut number 7. This was Adam Peters on balancing the player versus cap management in negotiations.
It's a balance, right? Where you got to do what's best for the team, but also reward somebody for being a great player. And so, you set some parameters for what you think that is. But our team did an incredible job of trying to figure out what the right number was. And I think. As long as you come, and you're respectful throughout the process and you understand, you're probably going to give in a little bit more, really both sides giving in a little bit more than you want, coming to a place where it's maybe slightly uncomfortable with both sides. And you really just never lose respect or lose perspective of, what this person means to our locker room, to our team, and to this community.
I think that part is so underrated when it comes to the difficulty of the job and being a general manager. It's hard as hell to balance, what does he mean to us on the field versus what does the contract do to us financially? Because we all would agree we never wanted them to be in a spot where you could potentially, impact the financials long term here. It's never what you wanted to do. So the fact that the two sides were able to agree to this deal, it makes you think, okay, as AP put it, both sides, and this is what a negotiation is about, both sides having to give a little bit more than they actually wanted to at the end of the day to make this thing come true. This is AP cut number 13. This was super interesting to me because throughout this process, remember, some of us were calling on ownership to get involved in this thing. Here is Adam Peters on having the support of Josh Harris during these negotiations.
He's got a lot of experience of doing deals like these, not necessarily in the NFL, but in the NBA mostly. And so it's cool. We get to talk through it, and the contracts here are so much different than in the NBA. So he's learning a lot as we go and understanding how these things work. So we keep him in the loop step by step about our conversations we have with agents and players and what we're going to offer them and what we get offered back and all those things. So he's learning. He's always trying to learn about things. He's really smart, but he's always still trying to learn more. And so keeping him in the loop on all that. But we had his full support the whole time, which was really cool. Even though he wants to know what's going on, he's backed us the whole way. And he in the end, he leaves every decision up to us, which is really cool.
It's the telltale sign of good ownership. Tell me what's going on. Doesn't mean I got a medal, but just tell me what's going on. I see some folks typing in the chat as well. Guy Zen's World says, so nice having a professional GM like AP. The whole Terry thing with the old administration would have been a nightmare. I think that's interesting. It's an interesting perspective, like how the old regime, how would they have handled this thing? I think there is this thought process with the old regime, to me at least, that maybe they would have got it done sooner because they would have just caved and given Terry McLaurin everything that he asked for. They would have conceded to all of his demands. While it's tough and you hate having to watch this thing drag out, it's not fun from anybody's perspective. Media, team, player, so on and so forth. But Adam Peters getting it done, and as we continue to find out as the details of this contract come out here and get divulged, I think this is a situation where you can truly say both sides won. Terry got a lot of what he wanted. Washington got a lot of what they wanted. 1-800-636-1067 is the number. I want to re-rack the question we were asking a little bit earlier on in the show. Now that the Terry McLaurin deal is done, does it change your outlook at all for the 2025 season? And then the other question we were asking was this, relative to the 53-man roster. What position group's depth concerns you the most? We'll take your calls next. 1-800-636-1067 is the number. You tweet at me as well. It is at NELL_BTP. You're tapped into the youngest in charge, Lynnell Willingham, taking you up to 10 o'clock here on this Wednesday night edition of Overtime. Coming up in about 12 minutes about Kevin Sheen, host of the Kevin Sheen Show. Weekdays, 10 to 1 on the Team 980. He's going to join us. We get his thoughts on what we're asking you at 1-800-636-1067. If you're just now joining us, Commanders' final 53-man roster put out. Not a whole lot of surprises, but big picture, when you look at this thing from a 1,000-foot view, to me, the depth of this football team, while it's good at certain spots, right? Offensive line, I really like the depth. Secondary, I really like the depth. While the depth is good at some spots, I have major concerns about the depth at a couple other spots. Wide receiver, to be specific. Interior defensive line, to name you another one. From your vantage point, we'll ask you to put your GM hat on here for a second. Which position group's depth concerns you the most? 1-800-636-1067. For me, it's wide receiver and interior defensive line. What say you, though? You can tweet at me as well. It's at NELL_BTP. I got Paul out in D.C. What's going on, Paul? How you doing, brother, man?
Man, what's up, man? I can't wait to hear my man Kevin Sheen. I miss him in the morning, man. Before I used to go to work, he used to always be on, and we had our little back and forth. But to be honest with you, you hit it on the head with wide receiver, because if McLaurin if Terry didn't get signed, we'd have been up Duke's Creek with, because we'd have probably had to move Debo to the number one. And clearly, I don't even think Debo likes to be the number one because he wants to be versatile. But also, tight end is scaring me because after Zach Ertz,
that's like really good. Hey, Paul, that's a really good answer, man.
Man, John Bates is pretty much a blocker, and you got to keep him for, and then even in the running back situation, right? I like T-Rod. I like.
They're just unproven.
But no, my thing is goal line.
Yeah.
Goal line. Brian Robinson was one of those dudes. If you hit him in the backfield, he can carry you 2-3 yards into the end zone.
Right.
So I felt comfortable with him. Even though he wasn't necessarily a home run hitter in terms of speed, and you might get that with these other backs. But when you get in that goal line, you don't want to be utilizing Jaden Daniels too much in that goal line situation, So B-Rod, and then, like I said, tight end, man. I mean, they let go of the boy Cole. But my thing is, Senate hasn't really shown me enough yet. And I don't even know who's behind him because I haven't really.
Colson Yankoff, yeah.
Yeah, right. Who is
You're
that?
right, yeah.
I mean, like.
I hear you.
But they better look at the wire, man. They better look at the waiver wire and see who got let go and pick somebody up on this practice squad or something.
Yeah, tight end is actually the group that, I haven't heard a lot of people discuss that group. But to your point,
because that's
especially when
Daniel's safety net.
Exactly.
That's the safety net, And if Zach is older, if he gets injured, we're talking 17 games, bro. 17 games, a lot of plays. And I mean, he's been durable, but still, I mean, when you go to your two tight end sets or you go to your jumbo lineup where, that's what I'm saying. You got to have multiple formations. And, I love it when I see, teams line up in that goal line with 3 tight ends on the end, because now you don't know what they're going to do.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
I totally agree.
They can send a tight end in motion and all of that,
I totally agree with you. I appreciate the call as always, Paul. Enjoy the rest of your night, brother. So, Paul just lit a fuse under me. Tight end, it really is a group where it's especially when you consider just how important tight end is to this offense. I think Paul put it astutely. He is the safety blanket for the quarterback. He is a guy that was the biggest red zone threat outside of Terry McLaurin. He does move the chains for you. I don't know what is going on over in Ashburn and whether or not they've got a literal fountain of youth that they sip from. But Zach Ertz, for as good as he looked last year, he's had a tremendous camp. A tremendous camp. To where if he goes down, I don't know if they can replace what they have in him. I don't. I don't know if anybody out there is as reliable, if anybody out there understands leverage the way that Zach Ertz does. And Paul has got a basketball background, so I'm sure he'll appreciate this. I mean, the way that he maneuvers in the red zone and when it comes to moving the chains, he is literally boxing people out. So, yeah, if he is unable, to be available for all 17 weeks, it's definitely something that I think Washington would feel for sure. 1-800-636-1067 is the number. Let's go to Tony in Gainesville. What's going on, Tony?
Lynnell, I love this agenda for this. So linebackers, to me right now, we just need to look up I-95 to Saquon, and oh my goodness, what are we doing? Okay, right, that guy. But then for your other question about the expectations for Terry, look, I've drinking enough Doc Walker Kool-Aid. I'm Lombardi with Scary Terry. It's Lombardi all the way. And then your previous caller on the B-Rob, I think what you said earlier about the seller's remorse, I have been thinking of that. He is the thumper. There's not a lot of big bruisers. How is that running back field, that room looking? I mean,
so Dan Quinn
really?
was asked about Dan Quinn was asked about this earlier, right after the trade happened, and he cited Chris Rodriguez as the guy that would replace B-Rob when it comes down to those goal line snaps. But to your point, I agree, man. Them 6'2", 225-pound backs, they do not grow on trees. I totally agree.
Bama pedigree, I mean, it's all there. So I'm still trying to digest that one.
I definitely agree with you, man. Appreciate your call as always, Tony. Have a good night, my man. 1-800-636-1067. Mike is in Winchester wanting to chime in. What's going on, Mike?
How you doing?
I'm good, brother.
I just want to say, my biggest thing is DB. We have corners. I heard we're shopping Igbenogany. So that we get 5. That means we're moving Igbenogany. Now we're at 4. So if Lattimore injury history, he gets injured, we have 3. Do we think Percy Butler can move in?
Hell no. Mike, let me stop you right there. So here's the thing, and I felt the same way when I saw the news come across my ticker just the way you did, bro. Let's change the wording on this because I think it was reported wrong, or some of the tweets that we may have read may have been wrong. They're not shopping Noah Igbenogany. They have received calls on him, meaning other teams are watching the tape and going, oh, snap, that guy can play. Let me call Washington. To me, Mike, to answer, he is, dude, and that's my thing, which is why I'm so reluctant to move on from a guy like that. Think about the way he helped this defense last year. You were screwed. When Emmanuel when you found out Emmanuel Forbes was no better, than a stick of cinnamon.
St. Juice.
You know what I'm saying? So you really were able to stay afloat at that position last year. Here's what I would say, Mike. I'm not moving Noah Igbenogany unless I'm getting a 4th-round pick back in return.
Guaranteed.
Yeah.
I wouldn't even move him for that. And then I was thinking about the tight ends. I was thinking 4 was too much. But then now that I heard y'all with Ertz, but Ertz really, he doesn't get injured that much.
Ertz is one of one, man. There's no, if Ertz goes down, they're going to be screwed.
Exactly.
I'll be honest with
you. So I'm taking Cole Turner over Yankoff for pass catching ability. We have John Bates who's ready to lay somebody out.
Did you see Yankoff on Saturday, though, Mike? 52-yard catch and run, brother.
Butt naked. He was wide open.
For sure.
Yeah,
the Cole Turner thing, and that's actually, I appreciate your call as always, Mike, man. Enjoy the rest of your night, brother.
You as well. Thank you.
So, I'm glad Mike brought up Cole Turner. I felt like I was the leader of the Cole Turner fan club for a while there. But obviously, they did not, agree to bring him back to the practice squad yet. They still got 2 open spots on their practice squad. Now they've brought in Donovan Edwards. But, yeah, tight end, credit Paul for bringing it up. If Zach Ertz goes down, man, oof. Knock on wood, right? You don't want to see that happen. But if he does go down, I don't think it's hyperbolizing it at all. Washington would be in a world of hurt. Let's go to Saeed in Upper Marlboro. What's going on, bro?
Hey, Lynnell. I got a question for you because I want to make sure I'm understanding. Am I understanding from all the callers that when we had 3rd and short in the last half of the year last year, that we were just giving the ball to B-Rob and he was getting it for us? Am I misunderstanding?
I pick up what you're putting down. No, that's not how I would describe it. When you've got Jaden Daniels,
the last caller that mentioned him, he said he was the bruiser. He was getting bruised. Yeah, for sure. I don't recall 3rd and 2 automatic old school Gerald Riggs John Riggins 3rd and 2, giving the ball and play the diesel sound. I don't recall that. So that's one thing. But then the other thing is, do you remember early on during back in mini camps and those kind of things, Cliff Kingsbury was doing an interview, and he mentioned in passing, and not a lot of people picked up on it, that he almost wanted to say that his plan was he wanted to make it so that when he puts Bates in the game, that they no longer just think block.
Right. Yes. I think
that really makes me think if Bates starts running more routes.
He had a good camp as a receiver, bro. I was out there every day. He had a strong camp as a receiver. I will say that.
That could be a game changer by itself for the tight end room. If this guy bump and then 3 yards and then out and starts catching the ball, that's going to screw with the other team so bad to know that you've got a tight end on both sides that can run routes. That's crazy to me.
I totally agree with you, man. We appreciate the call, brother. 1-800-636-1067. We'll take a quick timeout. When we come back, Kevin Sheen joins the program next here on The Fan. 1-800-636-1067 is the number. You can tweet at me as well. It is at NELL_BTP. Tapped in to the youngest in Charles and Willingham. We will take you up to 10 o'clock tonight. Coming up in the 9 o'clock hour, ESPN NFL analyst and 12-year veteran at the quarterback position, Dan Orlovsky, going to join the program. We'll get his thoughts on the outlook for the 2025 Washington Commanders now that our pal Terry McLaurin is back into the fold. We got the details of the contract earlier this afternoon. We'll go through those in the 9 o'clock hour as well. Right now, though, I want to go out to the Rude Guest Hotline. For the first time this program is where we find our pal Kevin Sheen, who you can check out weekdays 10 to 1 over on our sister station, the Team 980. And make sure you check out the Kevin Sheen Show podcast wherever you download your podcast. Kev, what's going on, man? How you doing?
What's up, youngin'? How you doing?
I'm good, man. It's always good when we can talk football from here on out, right? You know, that's what I specialize in. That's what I love more than anything. The Terry contract talk has been such a drag, but obviously as professionals, we got to talk about it each and every day. Want to start there with you, my friend. Your first blush reaction when you get the news on the air. So did Max actually break it to you live on the air, Sheen?
You mean on Monday?
On Monday, mm-hmm.
Yeah. It was breaking news that the deal had been done. Yeah, you know, it's funny because I was thinking about this a little while ago because I did another hit, and I think about, you're right, it became exhausting. At the same time, it was very interesting because it was a tricky negotiation. I think we all learned a lot, but most importantly, we watched our, 18-month-old general manager negotiate his first high-profile deal, and I think he did pretty well.
Growing up right in front of our eyes, Kevin.
I'm sorry?
I said growing up right in front of our eyes, huh?
Yeah, and I think that those that are interested in the team should also be interested in how the roster's put together, how salaries are structured, how the cap is managed. That's a big part of winning football. Of course, the biggest part is having a really good quarterback, and I can't wait to watch him play in a real game a week from this coming Sunday. So I'm with you. I can't wait for the games, but I thought some of the talk about it's done. Let's not worry about the details. It's like we just spent months talking about this thing and obsessing about the details, and now you don't want to see how the whole thing came together? Like, that's silly talk to me. I think it was instructional in many ways. And I think, if you're a fan of the team, I think Adam Peters gave you a reason to be confident in him in this area of managing the organization.
I think you hit it right on the head. And this is the thing that I gotta come to grips with, man, because I've come up on Vinny Serrato and Bruce Allen and Scott McLaurin. And then here's the other part. Here's the other part, bro. So we've never gone through this, at least in my lifetime, because we haven't had someone that's worth going through a high-profile negotiation with.
Well, we did go through, as my good friend Al Galdi always referred to it, as the Kirk Cousins cha-cha-cha.
Yeah.
That was certainly interesting.
Yes.
But you also had literally, Dumb and Dumber, trying to manage the thing. So they botched that one 7 ways to Sunday.
For sure. And I think, like you just said, I'm glad we've been able to put it all behind us. The final 53 comes out. And the other thing that got me, or the initial thing that gets me when I look at this final 53, didn't understand why they kept Josh Johnson as the third quarterback. He was okay in practices day in and day out, but in the preseason, just too many mistakes, it felt like. I thought they were going to give a call to Jeff Driscoll, who San Francisco just parted ways with. Your thoughts on the way that they handled quarterback, and then what stands out to you the most about this final 53, or initial 53, I guess I should put it?
That it just was uneventful, with the exception of Brian Robinson Jr., which, I don't think anybody other than our friend Ben Standig, thought about before it happened. I actually thought that there was a chance they would part ways with him when the season ended, but I thought they'd handle it through the draft, and they didn't pick a running back until the 7th round. Now, he obviously impressed, and that was, put him into position to do that. But with respect to Johnson, I've mentioned this many times, but Jake Gruden has told me that Josh Johnson might be the smartest player he's ever coached, or certainly one of them, which is why at 39 years old and on team number, 8 or 9 or whatever, people keep bringing him into their quarterback room and into their locker room. Now, is there a better option if Daniels and Mariota go down? I don't know. Probably not. I think he's going to eventually be a coach. He was with San Francisco. Obviously, Adam Peters was familiar with Josh Johnson. But I think the reason he was kept, Lynnell, is because there's some question about Marcus Mariota's health in the short term.
Totally agree.
Yeah.
Totally agree. So that's I guess saying
what about Taylor Heineke? He's
my
not
Lord.
only available,
All
but
right,
the
Kevin.
Chargers
That's
didn't sign
Kevin
him to the
Sheen,
practice
ladies and gentlemen. No, obviously, look, I
you know
saw
what? He'd be a perfect fit
for
as
this
a QB3.
For this
Seriously.
offense too. You don't need him to, make big high leverage throws. I agree. I just look, I ruined my reputation, Kevin, because I was the leader of the Heineke Hive at one point. Then I realized what it was and what it wasn't. Joined right now by our pal Kevin Sheehan, hosting the Kevin Sheehan Show.
We need to stop obsessing about QB3. If we get to QB3,
the season's over.
Season is over.
Exactly. The moment you hit it right on the head, Kev, because the moment we get to QB3, that's all she wrote. There was something else. If I'm going to have one gripe, I got a couple of different gripes because I'm digging into the weeds on this thing. I have a little bit of concern in terms of the depth with the interior defensive line. If Javon Kinlaw, first of all, we've talked about Marshawn Lattimore, Kevin, as a guy that's had so much pressure on him all offseason, To me, it's Javon Kinlaw. If Javon Kinlaw does not pan out in, based off of camp in the preseason games, I think he is. If he doesn't, though, boy, are they going to be in a world of hurt. The depth behind him and Daron Payne also worry me. Jazon Newton and Eddie Goldman going to be the two guys that play snaps every Sunday as well. Eddie Goldman, I thought, was up and down throughout the preseason. Much better day in, day out during camp. And then Jazon Newton, Kevin, I continue to say it. I just wonder if can he hold up against double teams, right? Like, if he's a guy that cannot play on first and second down, how valuable is he actually? What are your thoughts on the interior defensive line depth here in D.C.?
Well, I think you're right about Kinlaw. I think the contract, not that it's a massive contract, but relative to what I think people projected he would get, he got a lot more. They were a bad run-stopping team. It's crucial that they improve this year as a run-stopping team, as a defense altogether. I think they see Johnny Newton as a pass rusher because I think that's what he is. Right. And I think Daron Payne has to have a big year for this team as well. In terms of the depth, look, they're in year 2 of roster recovery. It would be,
I like the way you put that.
It would be a miracle, really, after 2 off seasons, especially when you consider, the recalibration became a recalibration of the recalibration, and so they started to go for it with trading 8 picks for 3 players, Lattimore and Tunsil and Samuel. It's going to take some time to not only develop, depth, but some frontline starters. I think they've done my hope is that they've improved the supporting starting cast around an elite quarterback. And I think I have good reason to believe that they have on offense, and I'm hopeful that they have on defense. But like you said, some of that relies on them being right about Kinlaw, being right, by the way, about Marshawn Lattimore going back to the trade. Not necessarily being right at this point on Trey Amos, because corners sometimes take time. But there's some belief. I had Sean Springs on the show the other day.
Man, I heard him.
Trey Amos starts day 1 outside with Lattimore, and teams are throwing away from him and at Lattimore. That's how good he is.
I think that's going to be the case. Kevin, I took it a step further. I think I said this on Monday. Right now, he would be the guy, and I know it's emotional in an NFL locker room, right? When you tell the rest of your DB room, Kev, that, hey, this guy's traveling with the best receiver, the other guys might take it as a slight. That's how I feel about Trey Amos already. It's as good of a camp as I've ever seen at the cornerback position. Now, granted, he didn't get to go up against scary Terry McLaurin, so you wonder how he looks.
Malik Neighbors.
I'm traveling here with Neighbors. In week 1, he follows Malik Neighbors if it was up to me.
Really? Okay.
He's been that good, Kevin.
Sean Springs believes it, and Sean is super sharp. But Sean's also the same person, along with guys like Smoot, who have told me in the past, it's a thinking man's position.
Yes.
It's a position where experience is crucial, and Trey Amos has no NFL experience to date. So
I get that.
If you're going to line him up week 1 and tell him to travel with Malik Neighbors, it better work.
It better. But here's the thing about Amos, and I'll take a step further with this. I think the best part about Trey Amos's game, Kev, is that there is no weakness. Like, when you're talking about him, he can run well. He's good in press man. He's got good eyes to play zone. There's just a confidence that he plays with that I love. Now, here's the thing with Smoot. Smoot was also trying to sell us on Emmanuel Forbes, so I am a little bit weary about Smooty when it comes to his quarterback
Forbes made the team and is going to start in L.A. for the Rams.
I know. You know who's up there coaching those DBs? Our old pal Aubrey Pleasant, if you remember him from here in D.C. years ago. So it's going to be interesting to see how that plays out. Kevin, I meant to text you this video because I know you're a nerd like me, and you'll sit down and watch this hour and 17-minute clip. Our guy Brett Coleman of All 32, he's got a Patreon called Bootleg Football. They did such a deep dive into the advanced analytics of Washington's offense from a season ago. What they did offensively last year was really special, but from weeks 12 on, man, they really put everything on Jayden Daniels' shoulders, and he just hit everything, made all of the high-leverage throws, very few mental mistakes. What do you think is the next step in terms of the evolution of this offense, though, Kev?
MVP at quarterback, an uncheckable, starting group of weapons led by Terry McLaurin and Deebo Samuel, and even a guy like Zach Ertz. Maybe an upgraded backfield, a healthy Austin Eckler. I thought Austin Eckler, when he was healthy last year, was really a big part of what Kingsbury wanted to do. I think when he was out, there were things he didn't do. I think this offense is every bit of what it was last year, and maybe even more unstoppable. Now, people talk about, 20 out of 23 on fourth down is unsustainable. Fourth quarter comebacks and last minute drives, regression to the mean, which is absurd. No mathematician would ever tell you that that's even a thing with independent events. But what I would say is, first of all, is anybody saying that Patrick Mahomes, who had 7 fourth quarter comebacks last year, that somehow he's going to regress to the mean? Jayden is a cheat code. That's why they were as good as they were on fourth down. Now, there's also a possibility they don't have as many fourth downs because they're even better on first and second down, or on first down, because they were better on second down than they were on first down last year. And that there's no need for all of these comebacks because they're obliterating people. That is a possibility too. But I see an offensive football team with 5 healthy and upright that is going to be difficult to check.
Yeah, I'm just curious to see how they start. And I think last year, in terms of what they were asking him to do early on in the season, you saw really a lot of copy and paste from that LSU playbook, relying a lot on those access and tunnel screens, taking the deep shots. They were super inside zone heavy. Weeks 12 and on, though, man, they asked Jayden Daniels to put the big boy pants on, and he passed that test with flying colors. If you remember, it was a lot of 6 and 7 yard throws, matriculating the football down the field. That, to me, is the part that I worry about. Can they generate more explosives, drive in and drive out throughout next year? But outside of that, Kevin, no real questions for me. I've blown the clock out completely because I suck. But we appreciate you, as always, brother, making some time for us, man.
Always good to be with you.
That is our guy, Kevin Sheen. Check him out weekdays 10 to 1 on our sister station, the Team 980. 1-800-636-1067 is the number. We'll take a quick time out. When we come back, more overtime here on The Fan. Big thank you to our guy Kevin Sheen giving us some time here on Overtime as we take you up to 10 o'clock. Make sure you check him out weekdays 10 to 1 on the Team 980. Taking your calls, 1-800-636-1067. If you want to keep the conversation going with me off the air, very simple. It is at NELL_BTP. Let's get to our guy Dennis in Greensville, South Carolina, wanting to chime in. Dennis, what's going on, man? How are you?
All right, about yourself, fellas?
I'm good, man. I'm good. Easy breezy.
I'm going to tell you like this. I like the whole team setup, whether you look at the coaching, you look at the players. Each position group has a proven leader. Each position group. Look at each one of them, whether it's quarterback, whether it's tight end, whether it's running back. Everybody, corners, they all got a proven leader back there. So we have some youngins that's really fierce and hungry, which I love having hungry players because they want to be paid. And when them hungry players want to be played, they're going to play.
I totally agree. Totally agree. Appreciate you as always, Dennis. Yeah.
Thank you,
when you're, hey, look, you don't want it to be this way, ideally, but it kind of just is what it is. Hungry dog's going to eat. Point blank. There's a couple of guys that I'm going to be looking at this year going, hey, see, is contract year going to impact how you perform? Deron Payne quietly is in a contract year. Marshawn Lattimore in a contract year. So, some guys going to get it, some guys aren't. Oh, my gosh. I just saw the nastiest thing. Well, it wasn't supposed to be nasty. Congratulations to the Hunter family. Travis Hunter, rookie for the Jacksonville Jaguars. After having his marriage scrutinized by everyone, he is having a baby. So happy for him. Happy for him. 1-800-636-1067 is the number. Coming up in the 9 o'clock hour, ESPN NFL analyst Dan Orlovsky going to join the program. We'll be ESPN heavy here in this final hour. I also want to let you hear from Mike Tannenbaum, former general manager of the New York Jets. He is now an analyst for ESPN. If you've been listening to his takes all offseason, he is pretty bullish about the 2025 Washington Commanders. On the other side of the break, we'll tell you how many teams he's taking over Washington, though, in the NFC. That's next here on The Fan. Final hour of power coming up here on this Wednesday night edition of Overtime. We're tapped in the youngest in Charles and Lynnell Willingham, taking you up to 10 o'clock. Big thank you to our pal Kevin Sheen, joining us a couple segments ago. If you missed any of that, you're in luck. Download the always free Odyssey app. Use the Odyssey Rewind feature. Go back to about 8:35. Hear my conversation with Kevin Sheen. All off season long, we have heard a bunch of different folks give their opinion on what it is and what it ain't when it comes to the 2025 Washington Commanders. I think for me, when it comes to this group, and we asked this question earlier in the show, has the outlook changed now that Terry McLaurin has put pen to paper? No, I don't believe the outlook has changed for this group, and here's why. 2025 for me, the idea of Super Bowl or bust, miss me with that. That is irresponsible and a stupid way to think. This team hasn't made the playoffs in consecutive seasons since I've been born. So let's start with that first, right? Let's make the postseason again. But here is something that I believe to be true. They displayed the championship habits week in and week out last year, right? Getting there early, staying late, taking care of your body, putting in the necessary film work. And it's a big reason why they were able to outkick their coverage. They got the absolute best out of everyone, all 53, all 70, if you include the practice squad, week in and week out. They got the best out of them because of the preparation. And when you've got Zach Ertz, Bobby Wagner, now insert Von Miller, right? Jonathan Jones, Dietrich Wise. There are so many guys on this roster that have championship pedigree that the hell with the results. Make sure you're able to replicate the process because that's what's important here. If you display the championship habits, right, and do everything right from a process standpoint, I can live with the results. This is football. There's a little bit of a luck involved with everything. So as long as the process is right, I'm okay with however it goes. But I will say this, not talking Super Bowl or bust at all. I don't think that's realistic. But I can say this. I would view it as an abject failure if this group couldn't punch their ticket to the playoffs. And that just is what it is. I would view this year as a failure if they were unable to punch their ticket to the postseason. Point blank. Schedule's harder, yes, but you're improved. You are improved. Point blank. I got Tate Wilson bring something up that I think is right on brand. Don't like to lean into this too much because let this be the year that it happens. It has been since the early 2000s. Andy Reid's Philadelphia Eagles, the last time that the NFC East division winner has won in consecutive years. So the math would tell you, history would tell you, odds would tell you that Washington's probably going to win the division this year, right? But here's the thing. Winning the division, that's like the first order of business here. And I think that's got to be the goal, certainly, is to win your division. But the ceiling for this group is the Super Bowl. I think we know that. You don't have to reach your ceiling, though, or failing to reach your season, rather, does not automatically mean that the season is a failure. Just is what it is. If you don't reach your ceiling, doesn't mean it's a failure. If you don't reach your floor, right? If you get as low as your floor, rather, then I think that is a failure. And I think the floor for this team, worst case scenario, is you get hit by the injury bug and you miss out on the playoffs in a loaded NFC that is a lot deeper than people want to give it credit for. But to me, the bottom line is this. Can you replicate those championship habits week in and week out? That's the hard part, right? You showed last year what you were capable of. Now with expectations on you, right? Now that expectations are on you, how do you react? How do you react? Because for the first time in my lifetime, I was saying this earlier to Doc, man, for years growing up, consistently, I'm having to think about, what are they going to end up doing? What are they going to be? And as a fan, oh, it's so easy. Oh, especially when I was in high school, I was insufferable as a high schooler, walking into Magruder High School right before the offseason was about to start, because we get out for school in June, saying, yeah, my team's going to be it this year. My team. But it was one of those situations where I didn't really believe that my team was going to be able to take that next step. For the first time in a long time, the expectations here in the nation's capital are warranted. Lawrence Jones. Can someone boot Lawrence Jones from the chat? You just won't shut the hell up. Shut up all night. Just talking out of your ass. Shut up. Shut up. Go get your own program. You can do your show there. The hell out of my face. 1-800-636-1067 is the number. Thank you. Because good gracious, I want to get to this. Because I said all that to say this. Like, everyone's been bullish about this group all offseason, and for good reason. For good reason. But Mike Tannenbaum of ESPN, he's a little bit more bullish on the Commanders than the average Joe is. He is a little bit more bullish on the Commanders than the average Joe is. Here is ESPN NFL analyst, former New York Jets general manager Mike Tannenbaum on the Washington Commanders.
So how many teams are you taking over Washington in the NFC?
The Packers and the Bucks, barely. Now, look, as it relates to Green Bay.
No Eagles and Lions. You mean that's it?
That's it.
The Packers and the Tampa Bay Buccaneers?
Yeah.
No Philadelphia?
No. You just talk. Jaden Daniels is probably the best quarterback outside of Jordan Love in the NFC, and he had a whole offseason with Cliff Kingsbury. You add Deebo Samuel with the aforementioned Terry McLaurin. This is an offense that was already in the top 5.
They lost 55-23 in the NFC Championship.
That is Mike Tannenbaum saying what? Only 2 teams, and my jaws was knocked off for this one. Seriously. Only 2 teams that Mike Tannenbaum is taking over Washington in the entire conference, and that includes Philadelphia. Only Tampa and Green Bay. That's interesting, isn't it? Definitely got my attention. So according to Mike Tannenbaum, I actually want to run the audio back here real quick because when he said it, you notice here Stephen A. jump in and go, wait, what? That's it? Here is Mike Tannenbaum on the 2025 Washington Commanders.
So how many teams are you taking over Washington in the NFC?
The Packers and the Bucks, barely. Now, look, as it relates to Green Bay.
No Eagles and Lions. You mean that's it?
That's it.
The Packers and the Tampa Bay Buccaneers?
Yeah.
No Philadelphia?
No. You just talk. Jaden Daniels is
You
probably
cut
the
it right
best
there.
quarterback.
And Stephen A. was just as perplexed as I was. What you mean, no Philadelphia? And look, I'm a fan first. I say it all the time. I am an addict for the Washington Commanders. I'm wearing the patch right now. But, Mike T, brother, that's it? Only Tampa and Green Bay? No Philly? I want to open up the phones on this. 1-800-636-1067. You can type in the chat as well if you're watching on YouTube. So, how many teams are you realistically taking ahead of Washington? And Doc Walker style, inject yourself with some truth serum. Take a shot or something before you answer this question. Because I want y'all to tell her how a TI is. Keep it real with me. How many teams are you taking over Washington in the NFC? Well, I'll start with this, Mike T. You screwed up. Philly should have been the first team that came out your damn mouth. Not even close. Put some respect on the Philadelphia Eagles, who last year, that team may have been one of the best teams of the 2000s. So, yeah, they return a lot of guys. Give me Philly over Washington in the conference. Also, I know he hadn't have any experience, but the rest of this roster is loaded like a damn baked potato. Sour cream, bacon, cheese, everything you want in a loaded baked potato. That's the Vikings. It is the Vikings. J.J. McCarthy, all he has to do is not vomit on himself week in and week out, and the Vikings are going to win 12 games. They're going to win 12 games in their sleep. They revamp both sides of the line of scrimmage. Your wide receiver duo, Jettas and Jordan Addison, baby 3. You pair that up with T.J. Hawkinson. You think about the revamped interior of the offensive line, bringing in Ryan Kelly, bringing in Will Freeze. Man, look, that's a good group. On defense, Brian Flores, a blitzing wizard. You now get him some hogs in the middle that can go rush the passer. John Allen, Javon Hargraves. I'm going to say a name for you all that's sneaky. Elijah Williams, local cat, Morgan State University, made that final 53. He is a dog, a ball of butcher knives. He's on the interior of that defensive line as well. I love the Vikings. So the two teams that I would immediately take over Washington, Philly and Minnesota. And then the Detroit Lions, say what you want, and I know we have recency bias because of what happened in the conference championship. That was not the real Detroit Lions. That group is as talented as any group in the National Football League on paper. Quarterback, running back, offensive line. If there's one area that I have a concern with, they're starting Christian Mahogany at left guard, a guy that was a rookie last year, and then they're starting Tate Ratledge, who was one of my draft crushes out of UGA at the right guard spot. That's the only question mark I have with the Lions offensively. On defense, holy hell. At every level, Aiden Hutchinson rushing the passer. They bring in DJ Reader to get you stronger at the point of attack playing the run, right? Alex Anzalone and Jack Campbell at linebacker come up and hit people. They're secondary. Kirby Joseph coming off an all-pro year. Brian Branch, Terrion Arnold. They bring in a guy like DJ Reed. Amik Robertson, a guy that can play. Avonte Maddox, giving them depth in that secondary. It's a hell of a group. It is a hell of a group. I know what happened in the conference title game. BTA. Literally put them over our leg like they stole something. But it doesn't mean this is a new year. Doesn't mean that Detroit's just going to fall off a cliff. I know people are talking about, well, they lost Ben Johnson and they lost Aaron Glenn. Fine. But that's still a very formidable football team. I want to open up the phones on this. 1-800-636-1067. What teams are you definitively taking ahead of Washington in the NFC? For me, it's Philadelphia, it's Minnesota, and then it is Detroit. What say you? Darren is in D.C. What's going on, Darren?
Hey, what's up, man? I mean, the only other team I add that you said, besides, only team I would add that you didn't say would probably be the Rams. But outside of that, Mike Tannenbaum didn't really make a hot take. He said three teams that are pretty much kind of, if I throw them in the pot, I'll still get two of them because they're all the same. Us, the Packers, and the Bucks. We can all beat each other. I mean, he really didn't even say, he really wasn't saying anything.
I think the big point about that is not referencing Philadelphia. Because I agree with you. I think we can beat Tampa. Tampa can beat us. I think we can beat Green Bay. Green Bay can beat us. Where he was tripping up, it's just no way I'm taking Jordan Love over Jaden Daniels. Turns the football over.
I agree with you. I agree with you on that because I would take our quarterback over the other two of them, but it's the supporting cast where they kind of balance everything out. We have the better QB, but they have the better teams because we're still kind of building a bit, but we have a good coach that kind of makes us go in the right direction for real, you know? So it's kind of like coaching in the QB. That's kind of where I think I would take us above those two teams.
For sure. Appreciate the call as always, Darren. Enjoy the rest of your night, man. 1-800-636-1067. I want to read some of the comments here because now that we got that idiot out of the chat. Locked on Law says, now I want a loaded baked potato. Hey, man. You know what's crazy? I'm talking about loaded baked potatoes. I haven't had a loaded baked potato in a while. It's not my cup of tea. Baked potatoes are annoying. Just give me mashed. Hella butter. Salt, pepper, gravy if you're feeling spicy.
Nah. You got to get a baked potato with some, we're getting like a real steak. I'm not talking about burgers and stuff, but you get like a steak, man. No.
Oh.
Got to go baked potato.
See, I don't view steak the way that others do. I cook or like my steak cooked a certain way, and it just is what it is. So, in the chat, a couple of teams that I see name dropped here. Locked on Law says Detroit lost both coordinators. That matters. It does matter. Zin's World says Lions are still solid. I would say they're up there with Philly. Totally agree. Tay Wilson says just Philly. Can't put the Lions ahead of us after we went in there and dominated. I get that, and I know where you all are coming from with that, but here's how I view that. And I'm not trying to make no excuses. You got to play with who you got. They were ravaged by injury. I mean, toe up from the flow up, talking about injuries. I mean, they were beat at every position. But you can only play who's lined up across from you. So I get that totally. Our guy, how the hell you say this? What do you say? Lacrocivius acrophosist. I'm a product of Montgomery County Public Schools, man. I don't think you're going to trick me with your at name. I said that perfectly. I'll even repeat it. Lacrocivius acrophosist.
One of those Key and Peele names or something?
Man. I'm a product of Montgomery County Public Schools. But no, he says possibility for J.J. McCarthy to be the JD5 this year. It's a good question. From a team success standpoint, yes. From a carrying the load, being the bus driver, no. Here's the thing about quarterbacks in the NFL. This is why it frustrates me when we have this Jalen Hurts versus Jaden Daniels conversation. It's two types of quarterbacks in this league, man. It's passengers, and there are bus drivers, right? Pay close attention. There are passengers, those that sit in the seat, strap up their seatbelt, read their text messages, play video games all the way to school. Then there are us bus drivers that have the keys. Some dudes have keys, others don't. Jaden Daniels is a bus driver. Jalen Hurts is a passenger. 1-800-636-1067 is the number. We'll take a timeout. When we come back, more of your calls. What teams are you definitively taking over Washington in the NFC? Your call's next. ESPN NFL analyst Dan Orlovsky going to join us before we get out of here. Right now, they'll go back out to the phones at 1-800-636-1067. Mike Tannenbaum, former general manager of the New York Jets, extremely bullish about the prospects of the 2025 Washington Commanders. So much so that there are only two teams in the entire conference that he is willing to take over Washington. Those two teams are the Tampa Bay Buccaneers and the Green Bay Packers. Lucky for us, Washington and Green Bay getting set to lock horns in week number 2 for Washington coming off of a short week in Lambeau, one of the most difficult venues to play at in the National Football League. I disagree with Mike T on Green Bay. I'm really, really bullish on the Bucs. Their offseason, if anyone has been, staying abreast to the situation, their offseason has been awesome. I know they're dealing with the injury to Tristan Wirfs, but drafting a guy like Emeka Egbuka, getting Hassan Reddick into the fold, drafting a guy like Benjamin Morris at the cornerback spot out of Notre Dame, they're a group that got better this offseason. Now, here's the big thing and why I think Tampa will take a step back. For Baker Mayfield, third offensive coordinator in as many seasons, how does he transition from Liam Cohen to the new guy? Because say what you want about Liam Cohen and his awkward Duval that he hit, right? He knows how to coach offensive football, point blank, period. So Baker losing that, I think you're going to feel it. But I'll reiterate my list and re-rack my list if you all are just joining us here. The teams that I would take definitively over Washington within the NFC. 3 teams. Philadelphia, duh. I can't believe he didn't say Philadelphia. Philadelphia, duh. Minnesota. Minnesota, I think, is, you can make an argument that their roster 1 through 53 is as talented as any group in the National Football League. I totally feel that way. But, it's all going to be on the quarterback. What are they going to do at quarterback? Can J.J. McCarthy be the guy to usher them into the future? And then the Detroit Lions. And I know I'm more bullish on the Lions than everyone else. Just because they lost their coordinators doesn't mean that they're going to fall off the face of the earth. Your calls, though, 1-800-636-1067. Who are you definitively taking over the Commanders in the NFC? Let's go to Mark in D.C. What's up, Mark?
Lynnell, I'm only taking Philly over us. But I wanted to ask you, who you think is the best quarterback in the NFC right now?
I love when I get a question from my question. So, Mark, we love you, as always, for that. I'm going to get back to Philly in a second because I think you made a good point with that. But the best quarterback in the conference right now, my unbiased opinion, is Jaden Daniels. I don't think it's much of a conversation when you consider what Washington is asking him to do. And I'll give you all some numbers because we want to get you smarter here on Overtime. This offense completely transformed themselves from week 12 and on. They were this point-and-shoot offense at the beginning of the year, and I'll give you some numbers to back that up. Weeks 1 through 11, Washington was the most screen-heavy team in the NFL on first down. They ran screens on first down at a 35% clip. To give you some context, the next highest team in terms of running screens on first down was Buffalo at 23%. So think about what running screens on first down does for you. It's copy and paste from what they did offensively at LSU during his magical Heisman Trophy winning season, right? It helped them stay ahead of the chains. The screen game was so complementary to the run game, but it was a lot of inside zone and a lot of screens on first and second down. So much so that they didn't, when they wanted to attack you on the perimeter, they didn't just run outside zone, right? They went to these access screens and these tunnel screens to try and get the ball on the perimeter. But here's where the transformation happened. From weeks 12 on, they transformed themselves, like I said. Normally, right, when teams have guys hit that proverbial rookie wall, they respond with smoke and mirrors offensively, right, to try and hide the deficiencies of the quarterback. For Washington, they did the exact opposite, right? Washington did the exact opposite. They used the easy stuff early on, and then in that second half of the season, it was Jaden Daniels being put into a bunch of high-leverage situations and being asked to straight up go get it, go do it, and he got it done. So I hope that answers your question, Mark, and I appreciate you as always. Philadelphia, to me, I mean, there's no team better than Philly in the conference. Like, you can call me biased, you can say whatever. There's just no better team. There is no better team in the NFC than Philly. And Washington's got to prove that. What say you, though? 1-800-636-1067. Kevin is an Oxon Hill. What's up, Kev?
Well, Lynnell, thanks for taking my call, man. I'll be real quick.
Yes, sir.
I think Mike might have been out too long last night before he got on Get Up, because that's a little bit of a an understatement. I mean, yes, I agree. I'm an Eagles fan, so I'm not going to.
You're a dirty bird, Kevin.
But I agree with you. I think everything you said about the teams ahead of them, I agree. I think you got to throw the Rams in there with Devontae Adams, Puka Nacua. They're healthy. If they can get that running game going, it's going to be trouble. My only question was, it was right before you got off the air last time, you said that Jaden's a bus driver and Jalen's not. I just was kind of curious of exactly why you said that.
So this is why Jalen Hurts is a passenger. And it's not his fault. It just is what it is. Best offensive line in the National Football League. Best wide receiver duo in the National Football League. Best running back in the National Football League. For most of the season, best defense in the entire National Football League. If you take away some of these parts for Jalen, I'll put it to you like this, Kevin. He is the most insulated quarterback in the National Football League, and I don't think it's close in terms of his supporting cast.
I agree. I just, when you said everything you just said, the best duo, best running back, best offensive line, I totally agree. Somebody's got to drive that bus, and that's why.
Very true.
I was just curious. I'm not knocking Jaden.
No, I hear that.
I'm not disagreeing with you. I was just curious about why you thought that. So
my buddy,
I appreciate it.
Buddy, my best friend is an Eagles fan, so I have this debate more than I want to.
I've lived here 32 years being an Eagles fan, so I get it. Trust me. But I'm also happy for you guys. It's nice to be in the area and be able to have an honest conversation about sports and football when I've just been one-sided for so long.
For
so
sure.
Again, man, I'm more happy for you guys than you believe. So
for sure, I appreciate the call as always, man. 1-800-636-1067 is the number. We'll take a quick time out. More overtime next. You know the Fan. Welcome back. It is overtime here on 106.7 The Fan. We're always live and free on the always free Odyssey app. You're tapped into the youngest in Charles and Lynnell Willingham. We're riding with you for one and final segment as we take you up to 10 o'clock. Right now, though, want to go out to the guest hotline for the second time this show where we find our pal Dan Orlovsky, ESPN NFL analyst. Give him a follow on the X app at Dan Orlovsky7. Dan, what's going on, man? Appreciate you making some time for us.
Good to be with you. How are we doing?
I've been good, man. You have definitely, look, I always love when you get fired up on topics not related to my Commanders because it always hits home for your boy. You were very emotional, I would say, you and Lewis, about just how important it was for Washington to get this deal done. Now that the two sides are back in bed together, what is your outlook here for the 2025 Washington Commanders?
At the end of the day, you make it right. And Washington, obviously, and Adam Peters has done that, so that's a good thing. There's the on-the-field reality of, the way I've kind of tried to express it to people is, this offense was going to be playing in red zone spacing in the middle of the field. Yeah. Everything would be shrunk. No one would be scared of the ball going over their head, and so it just makes everything harder. And now that Terry's back, everyone, obviously, the vertical threat's real. Jamar and Joe Burrow are the best outside the number vertical quarterback receivers duo in the league. And then Terry and Jaden last year were second. And so everyone's roles are going to be significantly more enhanced. Debo is the touches guy, Luke McCaffrey and his. So it's like you're not going to ask those guys to do and be something that they're not. So on the field, that's a big deal. Jaden and not regressing in year two. So there's that reality. I also said this, you just got to be very cautious. Yeah. This is an offense that plays with tempo, and they play no huddle. And so there's a big task or attacks on their bodies, certainly out on the perimeter. And so you want to be smart if you're Washington of where is he? Soft tissue. How much are we going to ask him? Are we hitting the ground running week one and just expecting him to play no huddle tempoed offense, for 70 snaps that game, just for a team and an organization that should be thinking about January football, just being really smart at how they handle those first 4 or 6 weeks will be a significantly big deal. Why did it have to get to this point? Yeah. But at the end of the day, it's done. And, October will be here before we know it, but it's still a long way away.
Dan, culturally, how does this deal impact the Commanders? Because I think there was, beginning to be some whispers of like, well, if they're not going to pay Terry, a guy that is big,
who are they going to pay, right?
You know what I'm saying? So what does that do for them culturally to you?
Yeah, it certainly, you're going to walk in there as a player tomorrow and the vibes will be right and you'll feel good and the practice field and the energy will feel good. And so there's going to be a tick up with that. Culturally, I think that, these are moments when leadership in your organization, certainly in your locker room and your coaching staff matters. And, there's everybody understands as a player that there's a business element of it. I'm of the belief that you do pay people at times, and it's not just performance. There are people that are in a very rare category that the human, right. There's a value to who they are, and Terry's certainly in that. So, I think that culturally, there's still probably going to be some doubt because, again, it's August 25th. Right. They didn't have to prove anything more. But hopefully it allows everybody in the organization and certainly the guys on the team to sit there and go, okay, we were in it last year. How do we get better? And now we're full. We're whole as a team. There is no, built-in crutch and or excuse with no Terry. So I just think certainly the vibes will be an energy jolt with him back.
Dan, what do you think is the next step for this Washington Commanders offense? Because I've been doing, some deep dive into some of the micro analytics with this group. In weeks 1 through 11, they were really screen dependent on first down. Saw a lot of inside zone. But then from week 12 on, they really put it all on Jaden Daniels' shoulders, and he hit everything in all the high leverage situations down the stretch. What do you think is the next evolution, or the next step, rather, for the evolution of this offense?
Yeah, I think there's 3 things, and this is what I've talked about all offseason, and the way I've compared it to was Houston from 2 years ago. And C.J. Stroud's rookie year in 2023, which was an awesome season. I said the end result was a little bit of a facade because C.J. was so ridiculously good on third downs that it masked some of their deficiencies. And while it was awesome, it just wasn't something that you felt could be carried over year to year. And I've said, while last year with Washington and Jaden was absolutely sensational, magical at moments, there's two things that just you're not banking on them carrying over. One, those fourth quarter comebacks, those just don't happen that much, right? So how do they play better early on in games? How do they control games early on? And then two, the fourth down conversions were nuts. And so if you're thinking you're going to convert like 90% on fourth down again and go for it a bunch as much as you did, you're kidding yourself. So I think those things and being a better and more efficient and explosive offense on early downs is, a big part of their developmental process. And the second thing, and this is another part of the Terry holdout that bothered me, was one of my complaints about Cliff when he was at Kingsbury at Arizona was that through that 3-year stretch with Kyler, the pass game offensively didn't really evolve. It kind of stayed schematically and philosophically and development-wise stagnant. And that needs to change. There needs to be more that is brought into this offense concept-wise and curveball-wise that they can continue to, add to their playbook and plethora. So I think there's still just a ton of room for growth scheme-wise, execution-wise, performance-wise.
I totally agree with you, and I think the analytics from last year would speak to that. But I'll say this, man, as long as Jaden Daniels is under center, you are going to have a shot. You're going to be, amongst the last team standing because he seems like he is that special at the position. Sure. But their running game, Dan, I wanted, if you can talk to us about that a little bit. That's the part to me that was really interesting, and you saw them kind of diversify it last year down the stretch. They were a lot of inside zone heavy early last year, and then you saw the gap scheme and the counter scheme and the wham and all that stuff. Knowing what they now have in this backfield, and I know you've probably heard all the rumblings about Bill Krosky-Merritt. They've obviously parted ways for Brian Robinson Jr. Do you think they have what it takes in the backfield from a personnel standpoint and then schematically to be able to lean on the traditional running game a little bit more next year?
Yeah, I do. I mean,
but the offensive line upgrades too.
Yeah, totally. I do think what you're looking for, and I think teams are chasing this in general right now, is explosive runs. Yeah. They if you took out Jaden's, they didn't have a ton of those last year. So, and maybe that's the removal of Brian. So, I think you're trying to find explosive runs. What you're going to be schematically is, who are you up front? What are they good at? What are they bad at? You always want to make sure that there's obviously the quarterback run element, whether it's the designed or like the secondary option with some of their read stuff. It doesn't have to necessarily be zone scheme stuff. So, I think that, last year, I go to tempo. Well, I loved it. I loved it. It does help you, right? Because teams aren't prepared for it a little bit. I go to some of their protection stuff. So I think in their run game, you don't want to ever take away teams having to be threatened by Jaden, but the more you can get explosive stuff from, the call it and run it things that, your backs are more impactful, I do think is better for all teams. And I also would be interested in, this is something I've been on for years. You saw Baltimore get to it last year with Lamar and Derek, is running the football a little bit more from under center. They were, because of Jaden's style, a heavy gun run team. Yes. I do think sometimes, and again, it's the fine line of minimizing Jaden's threat to run the football, but, I think that's a pivotal part of NFL offense right now.
Yeah, to your point, Washington last year, in terms of Jaden Daniels marrying up the run and the pass looks, he had 0 pass attempts from under center that were not off of play action. So it's definitely something that they're going to have to evolve with when it comes to year 2 of him in this offense. But Dan, when you talk about the 2025 Washington Commanders, the side of the football that is going to dictate success or failure, we know is this defense. What was the main issue that you saw with that group last year?
I actually thought they exceeded expectations. I didn't have a ton of issues. I thought, for a team that maybe, was still trying to figure out who they were and what they had player-wise, I thought they were pretty creative. Frankie obviously had a fantastic season. They figured out Bobby's role and kind of what allowed him to play his best. The Sweat trade, the Lattimore acquisition. If they, Dan has been a guy that does want to be aggressive, does want to play with speed, does want to play with man coverage. Sanders still was absolutely fantastic. So I still think you're looking for those out on the perimeter players that can play physical man coverage to allow the speed and the schematic, the constant scheme changing and moving parts to be as impactful. Because, let's just face it, as good as some of those individual parts are, Philadelphia's got two freakazoids.
Right.
New York's got a monster. Dallas has got two monsters. So if you're going to continue to try to schematically play to that coverage style, your cover people got to show up. So I thought they played pretty darn well. I'll be very interested to see just kind of who they want to be schematically this season.
I think that's a good question. When you break down the numbers, they were one of the most blitz-heavy teams in the NFL, especially on first and second down. I think with Marshawn Lattimore, I've been out there, boots on the ground each and every day at camp. He looks a lot more healthy. But this Trey Amos, Dan, coming out of Ole Miss, a guy that knows high caliber wide receiver play, he has been probably the story of camp. If they're more confident, Dan, in who they have on the perimeter at corner, do you think it allows them to blitz more or less? Because you saw them when you break it down, they played a lot of quarters last year, and it was really this umbrella coverage type of look, keeping everything in front of you to where they're pass rushing, the blitzing, sending 5 and 6 at a time, kind of, put a mask over what they had in the secondary. With them being better and more confident in their guys on the perimeter, how do you think it changes here?
Yeah, I do. I mean, because that at least that's who Dan Quinn was certainly in Dallas, and that's when he had Trayvon was leading the league in interceptions, and they had Deron Bland was a ball hawk. It was they were getting after the quarterback. They had chess pieces that they would move around. Their blitz packages were nuts, and they were playing sticky man coverage. And so if they can get to those situations where that scheme and some of their blitz packages have the opportunity to get to quarterbacks and they're not giving too many completions. It's a challenge. It's a task. I just mentioned those guys in the division, but I think it's who they want to be.
Yeah, for sure. We'll let you go with a few more here, Dan. We appreciate you making some time for us, my friend. In terms of big picture, as far as the NFC, obviously Philly is at the top of the chart here. Who do you think are like the 2 or 3 teams that have the best chance to challenge Philadelphia this year in the conference?
Against the Eagles, So I think the Eagles obviously are the team. The Rams, I've remained adamant that was the team that was the best equipped to handle them last year.
Okay.
And I think they're as equally, if not better. I think the Tampa Bay Buccaneers are going to be a very, very, very good football team. Yeah. Physical offensive line. Baker's playing hot. Obviously, new offensive coordinator losing Liam Cohen. The Vikings have as good a roster as anybody in football, not the Eagles. And if J.J. McCarthy plays average football, I think that they are going to be very equipped because of the coaching combination, Flores and Kevin O'Connell. The Packers, Jordan Love stays healthy. They're loaded with talent. I haven't mentioned the Detroit Lions. I think Atlanta's a little bit of an unknown for me, too, because it's like, what happens if Michael Penix and those 2 edge rushers they took in the first round are really good players?
Yeah.
Atlanta's roster is loaded.
Yeah.
So, I think that there's probably 3 or 4 teams that are, I know the Rams are probably the one for me that stands out, but in that group, it's that 3 or 4 that have a very good chance to have big-time seasons.
We'll give you a difficult one here on the way out, Dan. Big picture, like looking at the entire landscape of the National Football League, is there one team that you think is flying under the radar in terms of they could have real Super Bowl aspirations? For me, that team is Tampa. You kind of already named them, but what say you?
What was the question? I lost you real quick.
In terms of like looking at big picture in the NFL, is there one team that's flying under the radar that you think can have real Super Bowl aspirations? For me, that team is the Bucs, but you named them already.
Yeah. It's in the NFC, it's probably the teams I just rattled off. Yeah. And then in the AFC, 2 teams would be for Denver. I think Denver's line of scrimmage combination, both offensive and defensive line, is as good as anybody's in football. And then the Houston Texans. The Texans' defense is going to be absolutely bonkers. And so if their offensive line gets a lot better with the new pieces, new offensive coordinator Nick Caley and Joe Mixon being out is going to be a thing. But I think the Texans are going to be a very, very strong football team.
Dan Orlovsky, ladies and gentlemen, you can check him out each and every day on NFL Live. Dan, we appreciate you making some time for us, man. We'll talk during the season.
Thank you.
That is Dan Orlovsky, one of the absolute best, talking all things NFL. Always good to pick his brain. That is going to do it, though, here for this Wednesday night edition of Overtime. If you want to keep the conversation going with me on social media, very, very easy thing to do. It is at NELL_. BTP. Thank you to your calls. Thank you, Metal Chris behind the glass, picking up your calls. Thank you to Kevin Sheen. Thank you to Dan Orlovsky for making the program better here this evening. I'm back with you tomorrow, same place, same time, here on The Fan.